All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody feeling this morning? Good? The Advil kicked in all right? You had some coffee, hair of the dog, whatever it is that you do here when you're in Vegas. Glad to see your smiling faces. Welcome to day 3 of the Education 2.0 conference, sponsored by Ana Maria Fernandez, the creator of the VESS education model and founder of Education First, Inc. Past couple of days has been literally an information overload and roller coaster. I hope the event has been filled with a bunch of learning and networking opportunities for all of you. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to extend our sincerest thanks for coming on by and hanging out with all these visionaries here this weekend or this week. Before we begin, a quick reminder to use hashtag Education2Conf in your posts and tweets and anything on social media. Once again, that hashtag Education2Conf. All right, let's begin the first session today of the final day. Without further ado, I'd like to quickly begin the next session on the subject, being an edu entrepreneur. How and what to sell. The post-pandemic education market is, of course, huge and has brought multifold of opportunities for young entrepreneurs as well as businesses to create a path for themselves. To tell us more about this interesting arena, put your hands together for Cody Dakota Wooten, who is the founder of the Leadership Guide, Loco Coyote Enterprise Company, and host of the Leadership Guide podcast and TV show. Cody. He's going to do it right here. Okay, cool. Here, I can grab that for you, homie. There you are. You're welcome. You gotcha.
Good morning, Las Vegas. Let me hear you guys. Woo! Are you guys doing all right? All right. It's early, I know that. I hope you guys have gotten your coffee, your caffeine, however you want to get that. And I'm hoping that we're going to have a really good, fun time today. Are you guys ready? I want you guys to get excited, not because I'm up here. I'm just a guy, right? I want you guys, if this would work, somewhere. What am I doing? It worked earlier. There we go. Thank you. I want you guys to get excited because we are the future. Every single one of you in here today, we're the future. So give yourselves a round of applause. I want to hear it. Are you excited about what you are doing in the world? Because you guys are doing incredible things, every single one of you. And it's an honor for me to be up here talking to you guys. Now, do you guys want to do something really crazy today? We're going to try and do something super crazy. But first, we're going to do a couple things because it's really important if we're going to get into a learning atmosphere. So I want everyone to stand up. Trust the process. You're going to be like, what does this have to do with education? Just trust me for a little bit, okay? Stay comfortable. Everything we do right now, it's easy. It shouldn't be hard. If it feels awkward or it starts to hurt, don't do it. I'm going to give you slight progressions on things. You ready? First thing we're going to do is breathe, right? Ideally, you're going to breathe down into your stomach, and you should feel your sides go out like a tree trunk. Ready? I'm going to breathe in, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more, in, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what's called an ideal breath for about 80% of the population. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to look up, look down, up, down. You're excited to be here, right? Up, down. There we go. That's what I like. You all agreed with me. Look to the left, to the right, left, right. Good. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to take our left hand to our right leg, Other hand to our other leg. Again, over. If that's really easy, lift your knee up a little bit, touch the knee, put it down. 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 If that's easy, go to this. If that's too hard, don't do this. Just do what you did before that was easy. Yeah. If it's too hard, don't do it. That's why I said stay comfy. All right, good. We can relax now. If you want to sit down, you can. If you want to stay standing, stay standing. It's completely up to you guys what you want to do with that. Next cool thing. I want you guys to pull out your phones, your laptops. I don't care what it is. We're going to make the marketers jealous. I want you guys to put, I'm #improving_edu with, and you can tag me on any of those. The reason we're doing this is because entrepreneurs take action. They make real change. And I want to know, myself, what change you guys are doing, and I want other people to know it too. So that's what you're going to do. And if you really want to get crazy with this, tag someone else that you know is changing entrepreneurship and ask them how they're changing entrepreneurship. Sorry, education. Ask them how they're changing education. Now we've had this little introduction, and I know you guys are probably wondering, who the heck is this guy that's making us do these weird, crazy things with our bodies and breathing when we're supposed to be talking about EDU entrepreneurship? My name is Cody Dakota Wooten, and there's really cool things up there. That's all fine and dandy. Founder of the Leadership Guide, yada, yada, yada. I'll talk about all that at the end. But really, I'm just a guy, 28-year-old guy who's been called borderline ADD ADHD, which basically just means that when I got tested for that, they weren't ready to medicate people. And if I would have gotten tested a year or two later, I would have been medicated for it. Wow. I'm also probably what you would call subliterate. I found that out on Monday. Thank you for that. Yeah, honestly, I'm a weird guy. I do crazy things sometimes. I have a lot of energy. And, oh, the other thing I forgot to say, I had a speech impediment when I was young. So I'll probably trip over words. That's my speech impediment coming out. You can laugh at me. It's okay. I know exactly who I am. All right? This is the other thing I know. I saw a problem happening in the world. I saw generations of leaders that weren't actually making a difference. I saw leaders who didn't know how to pass the reign on to younger people, and I saw a generation of young people not knowing how to rise up in the world. And I made a decision, I'm going to figure out how to change that. And I had no idea how I was going to do that. But what I did know is that I needed to get around some really, one too many, important, smart individuals to figure out how to do that. And so I've gotten a bunch of different certifications over a bunch of different things to learn about how do we actually change people to become better? How do we educate people so that they actually have the ability to change the world? Now, let's get into things. Are you ready? First thing we need to know, if we're going to change the future, is what is the actual state of education? If we look at this first graph, we have some pretty cool things going on. We see that there's an increase in upper and post-secondary education, which is great. If you look at the dark green, that's upper secondary. It's about 4x from 50 years ago. 4 times the amount of people are in the upper secondary, which is fantastic. And then if you look at post-secondary, we're looking at 8x. That's incredible. We're doing some really good work about getting more education to more people. And if you look at about a worldwide perspective, the percentage has gone up. We went from 11% upper educated to 30% upper educated. 3x. Again, incredible. And there's about $4 trillion worldwide being spent on education. I call that a success. But there's a lot of other things that are going on that we have to really look at if we're going to actually change education. First off, we look at this graph here. This is the past 50 years across a whole bunch of different countries about what education looks like. And you'll see there's a slight upward trend. it averages to about 50 points over 50 years, or 1 point increase in educational scores per year, which sounds good. We're getting better, but the truth is it's not really improving. Education's not improving. If we have a lot more people getting higher educated, of course these numbers should be increasing. The problem is that if education itself was getting better, we should see exponential increases here. Because not only are more people getting educated, but education itself is becoming better. And that's not what we're seeing. Another thing to look at. This is two different graphs that are showing either a college degree match or a college major match. And the truth is, higher education is not leading to later success. You have 1/3 of college graduates that are underemployed. That means that I went to college so that I could make X amount of money, and I'm making significantly less than that. That's the truth. Another thing is that 3/4 of people aren't in a match with their major. That means I spent a lot of money to go to a school so I can become a master at this thing, and I'm not even doing it. That's the truth about our educational system right now. And leadership, that's the world I come from, only 20% of it's effective. Who in here thinks that 20% is acceptable for anything? I don't. And I don't think any of you should either. So, we have to look at the state of education still. And the other thing to know is that education is being commoditized. What does that mean? If you look at a car, there's a bunch of car brands. You know exactly what those brands are. But if you go to the grocery store and look at an orange and you say, who made the oranges that I buy? You probably don't know. That's what's happening to education. Who spent a ton of money to get a graduate degree? How much did you spend? $20,000. How much did you spend? Back here. 3 graduate degrees, $80,000. I saw one person in here yesterday who was with a university where they do their graduate degrees for $6,500. $6,500 for a graduate degree. Or you can look at the Power Business School, where you get an education from co-founders of Netflix, YouTube, and Tesla, some of the top companies in the world, and they're only charging $1,600 for a graduate degree. On top of this, you look at Google and YouTube, free. And you can learn from some of the most educated people in the world for free. And we have to ask students to pay $80,000 over 3 degrees, $20,000 for 1 degree, when they can get that education for free? Why should they? Plus, a lot of companies, they're not even looking for degrees anymore. If you look at Apple, IBM, they no longer require a degree, which means that if you choose to get a degree, it's so it looks pretty. You don't actually need it anymore. That's the truth. And I don't think that's how it should be, because education is really important, but that's how the world is starting to see it. On top of this, we have to look at the physiological factors that are impairing us. It is 100% fact that there's increases in burnout, anxiety, and depression across the world, across all different ages. Some people are even saying that people are starting to get depressed in pre-K. Pre-K! When I was in pre-K, I didn't have a care in the world. But that is the world we are in. And when you are facing these things, the fact is that it is impossible to learn. And what you retain is almost nothing. So what does this mean for us as an EDU entrepreneur? We're looking at the state of things, that's the truth of it. Where's the opportunity? Because entrepreneurs look for the opportunities that exist. And the first thing that we need to know is that teaching information is no longer enough. Who knows about red ocean, blue ocean strategies? No one. Perfect. Quick rundown, right? Blue ocean means that there's no major competitors, that it's open for an entrepreneur to make success there. Red ocean means that the big names are already in there and it's going to be very difficult to make any sort of impact there. So if you look at, we'll say soda companies, right? It's impossible to beat Coke. They are so big and well known, it's impossible to beat Coke. Pepsi has been trying to do it for generations and they have failed over and over again. That's a red ocean. And that is what teaching information is. It's a red ocean. You're not going to have success because you're going to be beat by free 100% of the time. Why should I pay you any money if I can just get it for free? And on top of that, it's going to be very difficult to beat whoever is the category kings and queens that have already established themselves in that space. So if you're trying to beat Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you're going to have a very difficult time beating those companies because they're already established. So now the next thing you can look at is expanding higher education across the board, right? And there is a market for that. It is viable. If you remember that first graph we looked at, there is still a lot of gray, which means that they're not getting any education. And below the post-secondary, there was still quite a bit there. So there is opportunity there, but it is quickly becoming a red ocean. If you don't make your move there quickly, you will lose that opportunity. And Power MBA is a perfect example of that. They are quickly looking to get those opportunities into more people's hands, and there's not going to be that opportunity much longer. But they are still there. On top of that, you look at programs like Masterclass and Skillshare, where students are already going to learn their education instead of learning it from their teachers, which is where they should be learning it from. Now, the last thing we can look at as an EDU entrepreneur is the effectiveness of education. This right here, being effective in the education, that is the blue ocean strategy right there. That is what we need to be looking at. 100%, it's the best option. There is no category king or queen in business right now that has figured out how to make education more effective. So this is what you want to look to sell if you're going to make the highest impact as an EDU entrepreneur. But how do we actually go about doing that? What does that mean to improve the effectiveness of it? There's a lot of factors we have to look at. Number one, of course, information still needs to be taught. It's not education if you're not learning something, right? But it needs to be the best information. If it is not the best information, you're going to be beat by free. And on top of that, you need to make it easily obtainable. We live in a world where you can get what you want in about 3 or 4 clicks. If you can't make it that easy to get an education, you're going to have a difficult time. And you need information that's able to adapt quickly. And this is where I see challenges with a lot of colleges. In some places, it takes 10 years to get curriculum adapted in colleges. Who has a phone from 10 years ago? And yet, it takes that long to get something passed? It's not going to work. That's what you have to be looking at. On top of this, students need to be able to move at their pace and apply it. If they're not moving at their pace, and that is an incredibly important part of it, what the research shows is that when students move at their pace instead of a predetermined pace, they will get caught up on something. They will slow down at one point. But once they overcome that hurdle, they will move faster than everybody else. That is a fact. That is a scientific fact. And that's why they need to move at their pace. But on top of it, just moving at their pace isn't enough. They have to look to actually apply it because information is useless if you're not actually applying it, right? Quadratic equation, how many people still use that? There might be a couple people in here that still do, especially as educators, but for the most part, you don't use it. You might not even remember what the heck it is. It's because you never learned to actually apply it, sadly, because there are a lot of applications for it. On top of this, information naturally gets lost over time. And, as we all know, the wrong information at the wrong time is useless. If we give students the ability to learn the information they need at the time they need it, those lessons will stick with them forever. They will remember it always, and they will never lose it. That's what we need to be thinking about in EDU entrepreneurship. Top of this, we need to change the perception of education, because the fact is that it has a terrible socio-economical label. See, there's the trip I was talking about. A bad socio-cultural label. How many of your students say, I love going to school? How many of them say that it's an honor to go to school? It's becoming rarer and rarer. It happens more in countries where they don't normally have good access to education, yes. But in places where education is there, it's very rare to hear that, sadly. Because education should be enjoyable. It should be amazing. It should change our lives. But right now it's not. And the truth is that when something is required and it's ineffective, it leads to apathy. The students will go to school because they have to. They'll take the classes because they have to. They'll take the tests because they have to. And that's going to be it. That's not how it should be, though. On top of that, we need to change the model of education. Depending on what resources you look to, our current model is 150 to 400 years old. 150 years ago, we were still riding horses. And this is the educational model we're still using? Are you kidding me? We should be upset about that. Especially when technology changes so quickly and has so many opportunities to change lives for the better. Really needs a revamp. And I'm actually, being part of this conference, I have seen a couple companies that are looking to revamp this, which is very refreshing to see. And we need to see those changes actually occur. On top of this, we need to incentivize forward failure, right? What this means is that they fail and then they find a new failure, and then a new failure. It does not mean they hit a failure and then they make the same mistake and same mistake. That shouldn't be incentivized. It's an opportunity to coach as a teacher, but what you need is the ability to not be afraid to fail. Because as an entrepreneur, we know that failure is the fastest path to success. And in our current educational system, fear of failure leads to burnout, anxiety, and depression all over the board. I have a friend who is a very strong adult. They are incredibly impactful. They have so much they can do in the world, and they are terrified to drive because they went into a small accident, a tiny accident, and now they're determined never to drive again. How sad is that? But that is the generation we're growing up with now. That is the reality. Then we need to actually start looking at psychology, what's called flow states. Who knows what flow states are? Okay, a couple people. Just for everyone else who doesn't know, that's when you look your best, you feel your best, you do your best work. Have you ever felt that time where like you were in a conversation with someone, and it was a great conversation, and you're like, this was like a 10-minute conversation, and you looked at your watch and that like an hour passed, and you're like, what happened to the time? That's a flow state. You need to create that in your education. But what the research also shows is that that alone is not enough, that you have to go from individual flow to group flow, where you experience flow with the whole group of people. The number one, actually two top places to experience flow, work and school. And yet so many people hate those two places when they should love it because that's the place they're experiencing their best times. but it's because it's not leading to group flow. They don't attribute that flow to being with the group. The reason I had everyone go to social media earlier for #ImproveEDU is because I'm trying to create a group flow. We are one group here trying to change the world for the better. That's what I'm trying to do with you guys. And that's what we need to do in our education. There's a lot of things that go into group flow. I don't have enough time to go into all of them, but I will have the slides for all of you guys later so you can look into this more. On top of this, we have to look at the psychophysiology of people. This is going to help decrease burnout, anxiety, and possibly depression in people if we understand how our physiologies actually work. And guess what helps with that? Breathing, movement, coherence. That's why we started the session with breathing. That's why we started with doing this thing, so that your bodies, from a nervous system level, was ready to accept education. But we don't teach that in our schools. We don't teach those things with the people we're trying to educate. And the thing is that physiological safety is required to learn. The highest level of learning happens when we feel physiologically safe, when we decrease the burnout, anxiety, and depression. And this allows us to get into flow better. It allows us to create group flow better. The last thing you have to look at is you have to create an identity around education, right? We are the group that is #ImproveEDU. That is an identity. An identity that's looking to change the world. And we have to create that same kind of identity in our students. Most students don't think like that. They might think, I want to change the world and do my thing, but it has nothing to do with where they're getting educated. It has nothing to do with the teacher that's helping them, but it should. And that's what the EDU entrepreneur has to do. We have to create that social identity. And the cool thing is that when you do create that social identity, it leads to higher flow states. And on top of that, it also decreases anxiety and apathy, which means that if you create that social identity, you have a perfect recipe to get everyone ready to learn at the highest levels, faster, easier, more enjoyably, which is what we want as educators. Am I right? That is what we are here for. I want to hear you guys. Is that what we want? Yes. The last cool thing, and because leadership is my thing, that's really cool, is that it creates emergent leadership instead of added leadership. So added leadership is when someone at the top of an organization says, hey, we need a new leader here, I need you to do it. Or hey, can you step up to do this? Or hey, I think you're the most qualified to do this. Be one of our leaders. Instead, when we create that social identity, leadership changes. It goes from, hey, I need you to do it, to the student or the employee or whatever else going, hey, you know what? I'm really good at this thing. How can I help the organization more to impact it? And that is where you get people to buy in more. They become a part of the culture. That is what you want from your students, is it not? You want them to take on leadership themselves, to stand up and say, this is what I want to do with my life, to stand up and say, this is how I'm going to change the world. That's what we want from our students. And this is what we need to look to do if we're going to truly be EDU entrepreneurs. So I'm someone that firmly believes that you have to give credit where credit is due. So I have a whole bunch of sources. I'm not going to go source by source because it's going to take way too much time. But these are all the sources that went into creating this presentation for you guys. So, very last thing, we'll do questions in just a second, but I've got free gifts for you guys. If you go to www.theleadership.guide/edu2, I have over 100 pages worth of free PDFs for you. I have this PowerPoint presentation, which you will have free access to. And if you're interested in leadership services or something else that I'm creating, which is a fellowship around high EQ, and you want to find out where your EQ actually lies in the world, scientifically validated, that's going to be the website that you want to go to. So we'll take questions now. In the meantime, continue going to social media. I'm #ImprovingEDU with me so I can reshare and comment, and let's blow up social media. Who's got a question? Come on, don't be shy. I know someone's got a question. Okay, let's hear it.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How did you find this passion? Because this is clearly a passion for you. I'm just interested in what has led you to, EDU leadership, and what is the, what's the driving force for you? Is that a higher education degree for you, or what is, where does that come from?
Great question. For me, it was being one of the students that didn't get what they needed out of normal education. I went through high school. I got good grades. I can't say I was a great student. There are definitely times where I probably should have studied and I didn't. I'm honest about that. But there was always something missing and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I looked at the world. I was seeing all the problems that are happening in the world. And they're everywhere. It doesn't matter what country you live in, it doesn't matter what age you are, what ethnicity group you are, what preferences you have. There are problems everywhere. And what I was seeing was not solutions, but fighting. And fighting never leads to solutions. And I said, that's not okay. It's not okay. If we're going to actually change the world, we have to figure out how to unite each other. We need to take steps forward to progress. We can't wait for things to happen, because when we wait, they won't happen. That's a fact. And I said, if someone else isn't going to do it, I will. I had no idea how. I had no idea where to start. But I just started taking action. I failed a lot. But I also know that that failure is what led me to being here today. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, if I would have been on stage in front of anyone for anything, I would have laughed at you, because I thought I was an introvert at that time. Honestly, I thought I was an introvert. But that's where I am today. Any other questions?
Are you up for a challenge?
I would love a challenge. Hit me.
What are you going to do once you leave this place? How are you going to change education?
That's a great question. First thing I'm going to do is look at how everyone here is changing education, because you guys should be taking to social media right now so that we can let people know about the things you're doing in the world. So I'm going to see what people are doing here today, and I'm going to see what I can do to help these people, everyone here, who I can connect you with to make the changes that you want to see in the world. Because that's something that I'm really good at, is looking at how do we connect people to make things happen. I'm going to see if there's anything I personally can do to help all of you guys in your mission. And then I'm going to continue working on what I call legendary leadership, which is leadership development adjacent, but leadership development, as I established earlier, doesn't work. It has a 20% effectiveness rate. So I don't do leadership development anymore. I do legendary leadership. I'm going to continue working on developing those theories, teaching those theories, helping people become leaders so that they can change the world. That's what I'm going to do. Absolutely. Cody@theleadership.guide. It's super easy. And there's no .com, not .net, none of that. It's .guide. Any other questions? All right, I think that's it. Thank you guys. You guys are wonderful. Oh, we have one more question? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Going back to the beginning when you were sharing the data on the increase in secondary and post-secondary education, and it came to me, do you have data on whether or not those of us who have are part of that increase? Is it because we wanted to, or was it because the job market forced us to?
Ooh, that's a fantastic question. I do not have the data on that. I'm going to be honest with you. It is a great question. I could look into it for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, reach out to me, ask that question again, because I have a short memory. That's another honest truth about myself.
Okay, and you said that your email is?
Cody, C-O-D-Y, at theleadership.guide. Yeah, and I will definitely look into that because that is a fantastic question. All right. Thank you all. You guys are the world changers. Every single one of you here, don't applaud for me. I want you to applaud for yourselves because you guys are the change that the world needs. Give it up for yourselves.
That'll get you away. You don't need coffee. Let me see that.
I did need coffee.
All right, big round of applause once again for our friend Cody. Thank you very much. You know, with student loans reaching an all-time high, parents and educators worry over the cost of higher education. Would you like to learn how to send your kid to college, to the college of their dreams, moreover, without worrying about debt or money? I mean, who wouldn't, right? Let's sort of decode this concept with Shelley Howard, CEO of College Ready. She'll have some interesting insights on the topic, how to send your students to college without losing your mind or money. Got it. Sure. There you are, my dear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shelley Howard, and I am the founder and CEO of College Ready. Today, I want to talk about a very important topic, and that is college and college debt. So if you have any concerns about any of those, please let me know. We're going to start with a brief introduction of myself.
Imagine what it would be like to see your child walk across the stage to receive their diploma at their dream college. Imagine accomplishing this with no college debt. That is exactly what happened to our family when our son walked across the Harvard stage to receive his diploma. It changed his life forever. My name is Shelley Howard, CEO of College Ready. I am a best-selling author, international speaker, and I've been featured on Fox and CBS News. My mission is to help 1 million families get into their best fit college and graduate debt-free. Did you know that over 3.3 million families struggle through the college admissions process every year? And 83% of parents have no idea how they'll pay for college? The solution is not as complicated as you may think with the College Ready plan. The secret to this plan focuses on your child's academic, social, and financial fit. In 2021, we helped students earn over $10.7 million in scholarships. And with this plan, I'll teach you how to qualify for merit and need-based scholarships. Be prepared, plan early, and plan for success with the College Ready plan.
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about today. A lot of people, when I tell them my story about my son not only getting into 7 top-tier schools, but actually going to Harvard and graduating debt-free, they tell me it's impossible. So I want to answer any questions to that because this is truly my passion. I was the first to go to college on both sides of my family, and when my son came home from 8th grade and said, "Mom, I know exactly what I want to be, and I know exactly how I want to spend the rest of my life," I'm like, really? Because I know a lot of adults are still figuring it out. True to his word, he did what I recommended, and he ended up getting several full ride offers, went to Harvard 4 years for free. because he had no debt, he was able to go on to medical school at UC San Diego, and he is now an orthopedic resident at UCLA. He was my why. So I talk about him at the beginning because that's what started the whole College Ready plan. 14 years ago, my son came to me, and now I help students all over the world find their best fit college and graduate without debt. So I need to find out who's in the room so I can speak to you. I'm not here to lecture, I'm here to support you. So please stand up if you know a child 12 years or older. Any child, it doesn't have to be your own. Okay? Any child. Awesome. All right, next. Please stand up if you went to college. Please stay standing. Please stand up if you had college debt. And please stand up if you would like a list of colleges where you could graduate debt-free. That usually gets the room standing. All right, please feel free to sit down if you would like a child or somebody you know to go to college without going into debt. Please sit down if you would like your child to do it debt-free. And everybody's sitting down, fantastic. So this is what I want to share with you today. It is possible. Just because people don't know it to be true, going to college without debt is possible. I tell students all the time, think of it like a business instead of an emotional proposition. If you bring a very strong resume when you go to get hired, will you not get more money? If you bring a very small or no resume, do you think you deserve the same kind of money? College is very similar. But keep in mind, most of the time we're asking a 17-year-old to make this decision. And to be quite honest, most 17-year-olds that I get the opportunity to speak with, they're not prepared to make a decision on $150,000, $200,000 in debt. As a matter of fact, I don't know one of them who understands what that means, because as soon as I say, that's great, how long would you like to work for free? They're like, what do you mean? I don't want to work for free. My parents are going to pay. And I'm like, great, so how long would you like your parents to work for free? And they're like, well, I don't want my parents to work for free. This is where the problem lies. Having these tough discussions with these teenagers who, oh, by the way, in high school, their high school counselors don't talk about money at all. Even if you're at a private school, a public school, they are not talking about return on investment. They're not talking about what does this mean. Did you know for nursing that they don't necessarily look at the college name, it's more on the NCLEX score? So why would you go and you pay $300,000 for a college loan or a college education if that's not even important? You know, I talk to families every day, and what I hear is, but I just want them to have the experience. I want to support that. I talked to one of my families the other day. They got into 9 colleges. I call that a quality problem, because now they have to decide out of those 9, what is truly going to be the one. And it's funny, when I talk to students about it, I ask them to rank academic fit, social fit, or financial fit as the most important. I don't think it's odd, but what I'm finding is the student will rank social fit, academic fit, financial fit. The family or the person who's paying for it will say financial fit, academic fit, and social fit. So when I have a family in a room and they're all looking at each other going, oh, we have a problem, because all of a sudden the cat's out of the bag. The family hasn't talked about what this looks like for them because it's an awkward, uncomfortable conversation. So we all understand, and these are some challenges, but I'm here today to talk more about what can you do versus what you have to deal with. Because to me, that's really what we need to leave the presentation with. So let's get started. Okay, I talked about the worry. I talked about return on investment. I want to just give you a few statistics so you know that you're not alone. Sometimes misery loves company. Sometimes it just feels good to know that this is a concern by many. 83% of parents have no idea how they will pay for college. You know what the worst thing that you can do is? Have your student apply, have them get in, and then figure it out. Does anybody think that's a really good idea? Because that's what's happening in a lot of situations. Oh, we'll just see once they get in, we'll figure out how to pay for it. The problem is, if they haven't done it right or picked the right school, they're gonna be in debt. And then they go on to grad school and they're double debted. So then they marry somebody and now they're triple debted. That is where the problem lies. So we actually do it different at College Ready. College Ready was established 14 years ago, and our goal is return on investment. Does it make sense to put your student in that situation? Debt is real, it is scary, and I don't want it for anybody in this room, and it doesn't need to be. So let's talk about when you are not college ready. I think these are some things that people can resonate with. You're feeling overwhelmed. I get people call me every single day, and I say, how can I help you? And they say, I don't know. I'm just overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. I'm frustrated. My teenager won't listen to me, and we're just not on the same page. Can you fix it? Yes, I speak teenager. I can fix it. Most people don't know when to start, where to start, how to start. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody could just give you the rule book? You don't send your child out to play a sport without telling them the rules. You don't send somebody to travel if you don't know what's important for safety. So just helping people understand that is critical. The other thing, students love to pick colleges based on the statistics online. I have students come in my office all the time and I'll say, please share with me, what is your major? I don't know. Please share with me, what college is a good fit? I don't know. Okay, please share with me, what is your college plan? I don't know. Well, have you talked to anybody at your high school? No. Have you talked to your parents? Maybe not. So they're navigating this scary world of college admissions all by themselves. This is a problem not only for them, but for you if you are financially supporting them. This is a common one. Students are like, I'm gonna go do what Johnny's doing because they're doing beach cleanup and that's community service and I heard that's good for college. How is that helping the student stand out at all? So yes, community service is good, but if everybody's doing the same thing, that is not gonna help them to stand out. So doing what your friend is doing is not helping at all. Guessing what colleges want. So this is an interesting one. Who went to college more than 5 years ago? Raise a hand. Awesome. Okay, who went more than 10 years ago? Excellent. So you are now qualified to know nothing about college. Because college is so incredibly different when you apply. My son, who started this whole college ready business, he asked all the same questions that I remember asking. The difference is, back in the day, colleges were looking for this well-rounded student. They were looking for students who, were involved in many things. Now colleges are looking for passionate students who know what they want to do with their future. How do you prepare your student for that is important, because if they don't know their core values, you're in trouble. If they don't know their passions or annoyances, you're in trouble. Why? Because colleges want to know who they are and why it matters. Students need to get to know themselves, and they can't do it online. some try. No community service or community service in something they don't want to do. Let's get real. Sign up, show up to be a tutor is not going to be, whoa, you got to look at this kid. He's coming with tutoring. That is not going to get him into the top tier schools. Every one of my students, hundreds of students, have all tutored. Why? Because they're all smart, and that's easy. Everybody needs help. But that is not going to help them to stand out. I had 3 students in my program last year who had over 1,000 community service hours, and they had started an organization across the nation. Do you think tutoring is going to stand up to that? Absolutely not. So the importance of community service is not just what you think colleges want. Community service is to help students figure out who they are, why it matters. Do they want to lead? Do they want to follow? Do they want a desk job? Do they want to work in an office? They do all this while serving their community. And then, of course, debt. We don't like to talk about debt, and if somebody asks me how to get a loan, I will tell them, please don't, because there are 13 colleges that are tuition free. So if you really can't afford it, then go to one of those schools. But that's not going to be the most popular schools in the most popular geographies. But it is possible. There are plenty of colleges that you can graduate without debt. The other thing is making sure that the student is equipped. Let's talk about the positive side when you are college ready. So if you know students who are going through this process, this is what you want to help them with. This is practical information. So students, when they have a plan, they're more confident. You know, you want to think about how do we help these young people if they're stressed out, if they're feeling overwhelmed, is give them a plan. You hand somebody, this is what you need to do. This is the rules of the game. We can show our students right now the essays they're going to be writing for college in the next year. Why wait until their senior year to throw them these essays when we know what they're going to be? So it's helping students to have the tools necessary to be successful. Have a plan and a strategy. So our students, we have built a custom online portal. And they can log in and we build their custom strategy. Then we tell them deadlines and due dates and we reverse engineer it. So they know every class they're going to be taking over the next 4 years. They know how many community service hours they need in their passion project. They know, is test optional really optional? All of these things bring stress to these students that is totally unnecessary. We use real numbers, so we have the opportunity in our portal to provide students with who got in last year, what was their GPA, what was their test score, how many community service hours did they have. All of that takes away the unknown. Then the student gets to say, ooh, I don't want to work that hard. That looks awful. I'm not writing 15 essays to go to any school. Or they're going to say, yes, absolutely. That is so worth 15 essays. Did you know that colleges right now are asking for up to 15 essays per college? So times have changed, competition is real, but having a strategy is so incredibly important. Knowing which is the perfect college fit. I would say out of all of this, this is where I get really on fire, because if a student is not an academic fit, what do I mean by that? If they go to a school that they're the small fish in the big sea, they're fighting for every A. Is that a good fit for a student? Or are they a student that's overachiever and now everybody is pulling them down? So maybe they're overqualified for a school. These things are important for a student. Then we have the social fit. What is a good social fit? Are these my people? Do they like to study? Do they not? Do they like to party? Do they want football games? Why are they here? And then we get to financial fit. There are colleges that have so much money, it's ridiculous. Deepest pockets you would ever want. Their alumni groups are crazy. Do you know if you get into Harvard and for whatever reason you can't afford it, they will pay for it? Getting into Harvard is the problem. So this year, statistically, I think they're at 3.2%. And it is not easy, but it is possible. And they are a very generous school. Then we talk about passion with purpose. Like I mentioned, our students all do a passion with purpose project and do at least 200 community service hours. Why? Because I believe that if every teenager did at least 200 service hours, our world would be a much better place. So we encourage students to do these projects so they can learn about themselves while helping others. The last one is scholarships. Last year in 2021, our students earned over $10.7 million in scholarships on top of need-based. So when people say, I can't afford it, I tell them, please talk to me. There's so much money out there, and I want to encourage you to not listen to the media. I know it's hard, but there is a ton of money, and our students are finding it. All right, let's go on. Wrong one. Okay, so now it's really up to you. What do you want for your child? Do you want money, stress, worries? Do you want to feel overwhelmed and exhausted? Or do you want to be like the parent on the right, that they feel like they've planned, they strategized, they've done the homework, and they've learned? When I was going through this process with my first child, I spent 30 hours a week. I went back to school and I got my master's and my independent college consulting degree, and I toured 25 colleges a semester. So it's not easy, but it is possible. And the College Ready Plan helps students to prepare for college academically, financially, and socially. So think about it this way. College debt can be real because the world is in trouble. We have trillions in debt. But that's because students did not pick well. Parents did not pick well. They chose to go into debt. Nobody made them go into debt. We are here to provide students with the opportunity to go debt-free. High school students, as much as I would like to tell you that just getting a high school degree is going to be enough, statistically, you will not make enough to live in California. And that's where we're from. So I look at those statistics all the time. Is that the only place to live? Heck no, a lot of people would not want to live there. But if you do, you want to think about what does it take financially. Every one of our college-ready students, alumni, graduate with a job. And not only a job, but a career. So we start with the end in mind. How much money does it take to move out? Do you know not one of my students can answer that? That's where we have to start. We have to start with financial literacy, because it's not that these students want to be in this position. They truly don't understand what that much money in debt is. And so education is really the key. So you have a card on your table. If you would like to buy a book and gift a book, we call paying it forward, please complete the card on your table, and we have a booth next door. We would love to give you a book. You can take one with you today and be the hero in somebody else's life. The book I wrote was actually a bet between me and my son. When he got into Harvard, he's like, Mom, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave you and my sister. And I said, but it's Harvard. You have to go. It doesn't matter. You will always be here. And he said, then you have to make me a deal. If I get into Harvard and I graduate debt-free, will you write a book to help others? You guys don't know me, but I don't like to write. So I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. The chances are pretty slim. I'm not going to have to write a book. And when he crossed the stage, like you saw earlier, he whispered in my ear, Mom, where's the book? And I'm like, I'll get right back to you. So I spent the next 3 months doing nothing but writing. Took everything from here, put it on the pages, and it's a do-it-yourself thing if that's what you want. I want everybody to have this. My goal is to help 1 million families get into college and graduate debt-free. I now have a podcast. I would love to have anybody as a guest who thinks that they can help students do that mission. Thank you so much and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks so much for your patience. Appreciate that. Just doing a little switching around here, but I'd like to thank Shelley once again for coming on up on stage, giving her insight. That was awesome. All right. And now it's time to move forward and acknowledge and honor some of the exemplary efforts of individuals and organizations that have played a significant role in transforming the education and learning industry. To present the awards to our distinguished winners, we have with us Mr. Tony Grubbs, master of the IT world. Tony, come on up here, pal. Toby, what did I say?
I can always count on you, Brian.
That's what I'm here for. I need you to count on me. All right, so let's start off with Stephen Krempel. Stephen Krempel. Sure. There we are.
All right, thank you very much for this award. Educators are like shoemakers' children, though. We are so busy helping everybody else, we forget to take time for ourselves. I think this conference and Education 2.0 has done that for us, and thank you very much again.
They'll give you, I think all right, Clinton Harris. All right, we'll make sure Clinton gets his award. Krishad Lang. Sorry, Tobe. Krishad Lang. Make sure they get that as well. Come on. Those are all yours, Toby. Go ahead, take them home. Jason Plant. Oh.
So I'd like to thank my parents, my brother and sister, my beautiful girlfriend, and all the educators like yourselves that have worked with me throughout my career. They've all made me a better person that is more determined than ever to continue learning and applying that knowledge to make the world a better place. And lastly, I want to give a special thank you to everyone in this room that has helped advance experiential learning, which for those of you that don't know is learning by doing. And thanks to experiential learning, I've been able to pursue dreams that I never thought possible for myself when I was a young kid. So thank you all very much, and congratulations to my fellow awardees.
Dr. Jose Silva.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my beautiful wife, Tina Marie Silva, here, who's with me, and all the educators in the room. I think in the time of COVID, one of the greatest lessons that we learned and should have learned is about self-care. And so I just want to implore you all to think about what self-care means to you, how you take care of yourself, how you lean in, but most importantly, put mental wellness at the forefront of all the work that you do. As we think about the trauma that our children have been impacted in our communities, think about how you can be somebody that leans in and is a caretaker and a provider, but also it's okay to put yourself first. Thank you all so very much.
Juanita J. White.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for Education 2.0 for allowing me to be here today. Matter of fact, I didn't know this was happening until it was happening about 4 months ago when I was told that I was be a part of this auspicious occasion. I do thank everyone in the room as educators and staff members and community leaders. It's very important that you all continue to do the work that you do. I work in early learning. I work with the youngest learners, 3 and 4-year-olds, and when I came into this work about 25 years ago, I realized one thing. 3 and 4-year-olds don't bring themselves to school. So as Director of Family and Community in my district in Washington, D.C., one of the things that we do is we have to interface with the parents, the guardians, the caregivers that bring these children to school. And one of my goals were to change the narrative in the communities that we serve, which is 85% Black and brown families, low income, under-resourced communities, to change the narrative around thinking of what education could do for them and for their little ones. And so we take a holistic approach of not just bringing academics and education learning to the young ones and making it fun for them and exciting and exploratory, but also that for their parents and their guardians. Because how many of you know, I don't know what your experience was when you were growing up, but my mom and dad were involved. And because they saw education as a pathway to success and excellence for me and my siblings, I wanted that for my children, and I want it for the children and families that I serve today. And when the light bulb goes off, and the families see that their children, it clicked and something is connecting and children are excited, then parents get excited too. And they think of ways to change the trajectory of their lives as well. So I do thank you all for this honor, and congratulations to you all that are also receiving this award, and keep doing the work that you do. Together, we are better. Thank you.
Cruci A. Mald.
So firstly, I would just like to start by saying kudos to you all for all the work you all are doing. I think I'm very new to the education space, just 1.5 years into it, unlike everyone else here who's been there for 5, 10, 15 years. I'm still a student in college. I am a senior, going to graduate soon, but I'll say that all the work you all are doing is being seen, and I think it's a big honor for me to be here, especially at this conference with like very little experience within the education space. What I do is I recently founded a nonprofit organization focused on providing technology and entrepreneurship education to high school students in Kenya. Why Kenya? I was born and brought up in Kenya, only came to the US for school. And lastly, I would like to thank my team at Technology and Entrepreneurship Ladder, because without them, I would not be here. And then finally, I would like to thank my parents, because in a few weeks, I'll walk down the stage at UC Berkeley as a first-generation college student, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. I wouldn't be in this country without them as well. So big thank you to them. And let's all work together, because change will only happen if we all work together. Thank you.
Dr. Mary L. Thomas.
Good morning to everyone. I'd just like to thank God first, who's the head of my life, and 2 mentors that helped me on this journey of 47 years in education. And it has been a wonderful journey. I'm not saying that it's over yet, because we are all lifelong learners. And we start from the birth in the cradle all the way to we're no longer able to educate. So I'd like to thank Archbishop Dr. Sterling Lance II and Miss Barbara Williams. Those two people have been mentors in my life, and I am who I am largely because of their guidance and their wisdom. I'd like to thank my family. My daughter is actually here today. We're from Texas, so Texans come along with one another. Dr. Nashawn Jones, who also pursued that journey. And my sister, who actually lives here, Ms. Roxy Witt, who is a retired educator, principal. So my grandkids are my lab, because you know the first thing you do with your children, you learn about it, you do it better the second time. And then the Austin Independent School District, 44 years there, prior to that, Commerce ISD. I'd like to thank all of the people. This is not me receiving the award. This is actually a result of all of the culmination, because I'm a servant and I lead. So the servant leadership makes a difference. I really, really appreciate this opportunity.
Matthew J. Karf. Kraft.
All right, good morning. Education is known as the sum of parts, and so I have 3 parts that I want to thank for this award and for this opportunity to be with you here today. The first part is my parents, of one of which is here today, my father, Michael Kraft, and so I want to thank him and my mother. The second part is my incredible team at Mosaic Learning. I'm speaking later today, but we're doing extraordinary things for advancing outcomes in education, and so look forward to sharing that with you, but I wouldn't be here without them today. And the third part is all of you. We all come from different journeys, we all come from different walks of life, but again, the sum of all parts is everyone in this room that is advancing the cause and the need to ensure outcomes and equality of education opportunity across the world, and so thank you.
Tevin Asaturi.
Hey, good morning. It's just really great to see how many of us and how many of us that have been here and in the other rooms are going to drive a change and are driving change in other people's lives and other communities, and hopefully impacting the world with the work that we're doing. So it's really a pleasure to see so many of us working to upgrade education. I'm going to be talking later on this evening. If you're here, I'm going to give something out to everybody who's here. So hopefully, if you're sticking around, you get to learn a little bit more about myself and take advantage of what it is that I'll be giving out. But mostly, I want to thank my mom. She's right there, and I love you. She's been the backbone to everything that I've accomplished. So that'd be all.
Colorado Association for Infant Mental Health.
So you might be asking, what is infant mental health? For the last 2.5 years, I was the founding CEO for the Colorado Association for Infant Mental Health. And we're a group of alliance organizations that work and support professionals working in the space of 0 to 6. So if you're a lactation specialist, consultant, home visitor, clinician, therapist, we hold and codify the endorsement which says you have the certain skills to work in this certain area. And so when we think about infant mental health, it's more than just our babies crying or reaching out. It's really about creating attachment and relationship and doing the good work. And so when we talk about prevention and intervention, this is really the space of prevention where we work with our families and we educate our families on how to do good work. This is a passion of mine because tomorrow will be 28 years that my best friend was murdered standing next to me. I was 14 years old and he was 12. I was an 8th grader. And everything after that was set on a trajectory for me to not be able to succeed as a black, brown kid in Denver, Colorado. But because of individuals that came in and saw and recognized what I needed, which was therapy and support and being able to navigate the nuances of the traumatic life experiences I had, I was able to become successful. And so I ask you all to lean into those children around you and just don't look at them and see them as, well, this is the unit they are. Dig deep, see them for who they are, the resilience that they can be. I graduated high school with a 1.8 GPA and then a full ride with my doctorate degree, as we talked about Dad here earlier. And so it's possible. Stories matter, resilience matters, and standing in the gap for our children matter more today than ever before. Thank you so much.
Ifunza.
Good morning. My name is Caroline. I am with Ifunza. I want to thank Education 2.0 for honoring us with this award. We are a platform that brings together teachers, students, parents, and administrators to collaborate and improve education outcomes. It's a journey that we've walked with a lot of our users. I want to thank you educators for giving us your voice to optimize our product, to ensure that it's making meaningful use to you, to all our parents that are constantly giving us feedback, and to the students that use our platform, that are constantly challenging us to make it as cool as Roblox. I also want to thank my amazing team, the Ifunza team, for building a product that our users love. Thank you.
Seda Yeliker.
Hello, everybody. I'm honored to be with you in front of all dozens of educators who really want to make a change all over the world. I take this award on behalf of segregated children from education, and I just want to say, please don't forget about them. And I've been traveling for the last 17 years. Since my son was born, while I was breastfeeding him, I was in the villages to help those in need, and I'm really into this inclusive education, and I really want to make a big change for those. So my son is here for the last 16 years. He has been traveling with me for those to help them. And please don't forget that inclusive education is the key, and if we help those children, we can really create a big difference. And also I take this award on behalf of my team. Without a successful team background, it wouldn't have been so successful. And thank you, Emir. If you weren't, and if I weren't a mom, maybe I couldn't have understood those children. So my special thanks for my son, and thank you, everybody.
Lourdes El Matan. Lourdes El Matan. We'll make sure she gets her award. Leonard Hernandez. Leonard Hernandez. All right, we'll make sure Leonard gets his as well. All right, well, on behalf of the team here and everybody else who helped make this possible, I'd like to extend my heartiest congratulations to all of the honorees today. Let's give them one more hand. And with that, how about a quick caffeine injection, a little coffee break, and we'll meet back here in about 30 minutes. If you've forgotten, it's just out the door here to your left. You'll see the big room there on your right, coffee and refreshments in there. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you are feeling refreshed and caffeinated and ready for a second half of the afternoon here. Before we get things moving, I would like to welcome my friend Toby Grubbs back to the stage. Toby, where are you? There you go. We've got a couple of awards that we'd like to give out that we... Toby's going to do a little dance for us right now, Toby. There it is. There it is. Anybody got $1 or 50 cents? First off, we'd like to welcome to the stage Cooperative Educational Services for their award. What? Oh, I'm sorry. She requested Metallica for her.
I said the music.
Oh.
We need more music, right?
There you go. We got you.
Thank you so much. I'm here on behalf of our Executive Director, David Chavez. Cooperative Educational Services is a purchasing organization that's owned by the entire state of New Mexico. And what we do is we invest every bit of our resources and what our company brings in back into the schools for kids. So we really do support over 330,000 students in the state of New Mexico through our organization. And I'm really honored to be here and accept this award for our organization. Thank you.
Next up, Lourdes El Matan. Lourdes El Matan. No show once again. All right, that's fine. We will make sure she gets her award. Thank you, Toby. Thank you. You can you get off stage now? Can you go? Are you going to do the acceptance speech?
Very much.
No. Somebody don't let Toby drink anymore. Okay, moving along. The next speaker session involves deliberations on the future of education and learning and the role of brain development in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Deanna Hearn. She is the founder and CEO of Miracle Math Coaching. She will speak on the topic, the future of education and learning, keeping the brain front and center. Please put your hands together. Are you going to stand here or do you want me to pop this one?
All right, guys, we made it to day 3. Give yourselves a hand. I have a little bit of energy. I have a little bit of energy. So I love interaction. So I'm going to call out, maybe raise your hand, speak back to me, but just feel free just to use your voice, to use your hand and interact with me. I feed off of you just as much as you're here to hear what I have to share as well. So super excited for this opportunity. Now this clicker here, yes. I believe I am supposed to press this button. Let's see here. Let me just test this out. Okay, there we go. Yes, all right. So I want to talk about today, I want to talk to you about keeping the brain front and center. We have been learning so much over the course of the last 3 days of this amazing conference. And one of the things that I really want to impart before you head back to your practice, to your place of work, to your family and your friends is to keep the brain front and center. I really believe that this is going to be key as we head into the future for education. So I want to kind of just put some thoughts in your mind around that. I want to introduce myself. Many of you got a chance to, if you were here for the awards yesterday, you got a chance to see three of my 4 daughters that were here to watch me receive my award. But I'm a mother of 4 beautiful girls. There are 3 of them on this screen, and I believe this fun little, there we go. This is my oldest. She's now 18. This is Soraya. She is 12. And then Ariella, she is 10 years old, and we have a 10-month-old. And here's a picture of her traveling for the first time here to Vegas. And so I'm super grateful to be a mother of 4 and a wife of 19 years. We celebrated 19 years of marriage on Tuesday. So thank you. No small feat. We've been together since high school. But here are my numbers, okay? Founder and CEO of Miracle Math Coaching Brain-Based Learning Center. For me, my love for the brain started in 1999. I was 16 years old. I was in geometry. I have always had a love for mathematics, and I flunked geometry. And I never questioned, not for 1 second, if I can get it. My curiosity at the age of 16, even though I was a first-generation student, was how. I noticed already at that point, at 16, that I was different. My dad is a pastor, so we would wear long, pretty dresses to school, and all the other girls weren't doing that. I was always used to being either one of the few minorities in the class, so sometimes the only African American in the class, sometimes the only female in some instances. And so being an outlier was something that was usual. But I would talk to my friends, and I was very social with many different people. And so I never questioned if I was smart enough. It was something is different here, and we got to find out what's going on. And so I became obsessed with finding how. And that is when my obsession with the brain, my career with the brain, my pursuit of learning started. And so it's been 23 years, you guys, 23 years on the journey of discovery of this amazing thing that we have in between our ears called the brain. I officially started my journey after leaving corporate. I was an actuary. I was a data scientist, AKA data scientist, but I was an actuary in corporate, and they do amazing things. They do statistics and math to assess future risk, and so it was sort of like a God complex with numbers, because actuaries do some pretty cool things. And so I left corporate and started Miracle Math Coaching. And it's been 14 years of officially running different case studies, researching, seeing what works, and really creating a proprietary system that is in alignment with the latest scientific research of how the brain learns. And so I stand to you today presenting from this place, okay? So a little bit about me. So I have been able to transform, work, and impact 27,225 brains in the last 14 years and counting. And so I am truly, truly grateful for that opportunity. So raise your hands if you know what this is. Raise your hands if you get really excited when you see it. Talk to me afterwards. Yes, yes. That is my leader guy back there. Is that you? Yeah, we got to talk. I love your energy. So, yes, what this is, these are neurons in our brain that are fired up. So I want to talk to you about the excitement of learning and when our neurons fire up. How can we be intentional, not just in learning, not just in the classroom, but in life? Your neurons are firing up about various things right now. And when I speak and when I live, when I'm a mother, when I'm being a wife, being a sister, anything that I do, I live from a brain-based perspective. I'm intentional about what I do, and I really believe I was born to be this way because I don't know how else to be. You know what I mean? And so I'm super excited. But let's just acknowledge what we just came from, guys. Like, let's really acknowledge what we just came from. Ban Ki-moon, the leader of the United Nations organization, says there is no precedent in living memory. No precedent in living memory for the challenge that COVID-19 poses to communities and world leaders, right? Did you guys have a challenge when that happened to you with your organizations? Well, look at our babies. They had a huge challenge. Their routines were broken, family losses, right? Stress. meals, for some of them, their school meals are the only meals that they were getting. Learning loss, right? All these things, right? Anxiety, friends. But the most important thing is that when the stress is turned on, right, that prefrontal cortex, the front part of our brain, is where we think. That's our thinking brain. Well, that's off. You know what's on? Our limbic system, right? That's our survival brain. So we're not in the best place to use our executive functions, which is what we use when we learn, to really be able to process things. And so we gotta really address those things. So I want to kind of uplift though, right? Because even though we just came from such tough times and there were things that were unfortunate that happened, I love this quote from the beautiful, amazing Michelle Obama. Grief and resilience live together. Joy and pain, sunshine and rain, they can be in harmony together. And when we're in acceptance and we have models for what that looks like, it transforms us and allows us to transcend past our problems in a very different way. So I'm going to engage that concept right now. I know I just talked about some things, and it might even triggered you or reminded you of some unfortunate things through COVID, but let's just ponder. Okay, this quote. It says, if you carry joy in your heart, you can heal any moment. If you carry joy in your heart, you can heal any moment. People say, why do you smile all the time? How can you smile? Oh my God, aren't you tired? Aren't you exhausted? Like, what's going on? I have gratitude in my heart, because I realize that any moment can be taken. I realize that I don't have to be given the opportunity to do what I do. I am super grateful, and I just champion the fact that I get to be where I am. I get to breathe, and every moment that I am here, there is purpose. And so I want to invite you into this moment with me, and I want you to think about one moment during this conference that brought you joy, one conversation. It could have been something that you walked into. It could have been this. I don't know. That's kind of cool, right? It could have been anything where you experienced joy or gratitude or an aha. And I want you to think about that right now. Take a second, okay? If you got it, raise your hand. What is that one thing? Do you have it? Raise your hand if you got it, okay? I see you, Anish. Everybody, you got that one thing? It transforms the moment. Like, your thinking, your brain can really transform the tone, the texture, the environment inside of you. That's powerful, isn't it? And it can heal you, which is great. So I believe that it is vital that as educators, researchers, and I believe that we're all here for this purpose, that we approach everything with an attitude of being able to serve the moment. What can I do today to serve the moment? And I believe that my piece of the puzzle in education is to serve this moment in providing you some thoughts and some ideas and some strategies to keep the brain front and center. And that's what I want to talk about. There's an idea that I introduced, coined the term academic healing. And I believe that that is what it's going to take moving forward to really allow not just our kids, but all of us to move forward. We need academic healing after this pandemic and all the things that we've kind of experienced. We want to turn that thinking brain on. In order to do that, we have to provide something called academic healing. What is that? Academic healing is the process of creating learning environments that allow students to feel seen, heard, and affirmed, and allows them to be able to reach their full potential. Environments that give them wings, not shackles, okay? And so I truly look at it like this. Academic healing has to take place in all these layers. You have the student, then you have their family, right? You have all their family, parents, you have the teachers, community, their village of support, outside of their teachers and their family, and then you have the educational system. The most important thing is you heal the village, you heal the learning. And so by having this conversation with you, because you are a part of one of these layers, maybe multiple layers for some of the students. And so being able to introduce to inject or deposit these thoughts, this process, is the piece of the puzzle I believe that I have been born to use to serve the moment. All right? So I want to talk about leading with the brain in mind, being intentional. You know, in Miracle Math, we not only in our organization, right now we have administrative staff. So I have several administrative folks that serve the students on the front line, scheduling, billing, you know, all that fun stuff, overseeing the office. And then we have all of our instructors who typically have engineering backgrounds. We have an astrophysicist. We have folks with social work backgrounds, all these people that are passionate about learning, and they are really intrigued by the brain-based certification that we take them through and helping them professionally be able to help students in our organization, but beyond that, become leaders outside of our organization. And when we, no matter what part of the program they play, we always want them to focus on being intentional and understanding that every interaction that they have with a client, every interaction that they have with one another, it has an impact on how they think. So Michael Gelb says that your brain has a capacity for learning that is virtually limitless, which makes every human a potential genius. This is why the brain is so important. So when you focus on the brain, when you make the brain front and center, the possibilities are limitless. They are beyond anything that we can fathom. And so this is why it's so important to prioritize having the brain be front and center. And so I want to kind of talk about the brain being the future. I really believe that the future is brain-based. I really believe that maximizing the latest scientific research is what's going to allow us to be able to meet students where they are, to be able to create programs for our staff and for our students that are going to allow them to really be able to thrive. And here's why this is even possible. Everything having to do with human training and education has to be re-examined in light of neuroplasticity. Has anybody heard the word neuroplasticity? Yes. It is because of neuroplasticity that the work that I'm even talking about, the work that we do at Miracle Math Coaching, is even possible. And what that basically means is that the brain is like plastic. What we discovered is that it is not static. It's not either you're smart or you're not smart. Your brain can grow, it can evolve, it can expand based upon your experiences. And so when we're intentional about putting the brain first, we can really transform how people think. We can really transform how their executive functions flow. So our executive functions are the parts of our mind that we use to process information. Our speed of information processing is there. That is right now, your speed of information processing is the pace of your ability to process the things that you're learning, right? So when a student says, for instance, they have a really hard time keeping up the pace that a teacher is teaching mathematics. This is something that we ask our students when we diagnose them, right? We look at their executive functioning skills. We assess that process because it needs to be considered in order to effectively help and to empower them in their learning. It's looking at their executive functioning skills. And so when a student has several indicators to us that they are having a hard time keeping up with the pace in class, that's an indicator that at the very root of their executive functions, they're having a really hard time with speed of information processing. Well, guess what? Neuroplasticity, you can expand that. You can stretch that. Every living brain can grow. Everybody say that with me. Every living brain can grow. Every day that you breathe, your brain is alive. And if your brain is alive, it can grow. I don't care if you're autistic. I don't care if you have Asperger's. If you're gifted, if you're an average student, you consider yourself average, your brain can grow. And there are intentional exercises that can be done to expand your executive function, your speed of information processing, your focus, right? Your response inhibition and your sustained attention are the two parts of your focus, right? Then you have your working memory, how well you retain. These are all parts that can grow, and there are things that we can do to expand a student's executive functions. Okay? So, what do you mean, Deanna? This is great. This is awesome, right? So I want to encourage you today to first go under the hood. Go under the hood. Whether you're working with students in the classroom or you're working with your staff, think beyond just what you see on the surface. Not just the homework, not just the quizzes, not just the math, not just the science, not just the language arts, not just the performance of the individual if they're on your staff. Go beyond the hood. Look to understand the individual. Find out more about them. What are their interests? We call them schemas. What are their contexts that they pull from to understand the connections to what you're teaching them or where you're trying to take them? I always describe it like this. I tell parents, you know, it's all fine and dandy to, you know, it's like a car, right? You have a beautiful, like, okay, let's just say a Ferrari, right? You have an amazing Ferrari, you go and you get your Ferrari wash, but you go underneath the hood and the engine sucks. What is the value of that, guys? Right? And so working on all of just the homework or the quizzes or just the performance, it's not enough. It's like working on the outside. You got to go to the engine because that is what really indicates the performance of the vehicle. That's where the value is. And so when we go under the hood, we're looking at where are they pulling things from? Where are these contexts? What does their schema look like? How well do they think about their thinking? That's called metacognition, right? There are ways. So this is my thing. Whether it's a podcast, whether it's an article that you read, whether it's immersing yourself in a blog, dedicate yourself to do one thing to keep the brain front and center. There's so much information out there. You can follow me. Little shameless plug, right? At Deanna Hearn Speaks. This is all I talk about is the brain. Right? This is all I talk about. We post and put out content on the brain. John Medina, which is going to, right here. John Medina, he's one of my favorite neuroscientists. I had the privilege of meeting him in the very beginning of my career. I probably terrified him, you guys, because I had more energy than I have today. And I met him at a conference, and he was so taken by the work that we do at Miracle Math. And we were like, I don't know, we were like 2 or 3 years old at that time. I was at a neuroscience conference. And anyways, I got a chance to meet him, get my book signed, and talk with him. But he's one of the world's greatest neuroscientists. He wrote the book Brain Rules, and he says this. This is a hot topic today because I wanted to touch on that. Is the brain remembers the emotional components of an experience better than other aspects. So focusing on the brain also allows us to tackle SEL. SEL under the hood. Go under the hood. Everything that we need is under the hood. Everybody say under the hood. Say under the hood. Yes, have some enthusiasm. You are amazing. The work that we are doing here is life-changing, guys. And when we work under the hood, it is transformational. Gather information. There's so many podcasts. There's so many different articles. There's so many different opportunities to strengthen your understanding about how the brain works, to learn some of the latest scientific research, and then to apply that to your field. Right? If I could work with each and every one of you one by one, I would. Well, let's do it. Hit me up, right? But in this conversation, I just want to plant thought. I just want to be able to get the momentum going for you to start having the brain and the latest scientific research be a part of the conversation in your organizations, your colleges, your universities, your consulting, whatever it may be, because it's very important. I'll tell you an industry of people that do this effectively. Marketing. There's a marketing conference going on right now. And let me tell you, like the NFL, I'm in the US. I was in Dubai. So I did the opening keynote in Dubai, and my husband was like, don't say the NFL. Not everybody knows the context for football. You say football in other places in the world, it doesn't mean the same thing that it does here. So you guys know what the NFL is, right? Everybody knows what the NFL is, the National Football League. Okay. But in the NFL, they have these commercials. Like every year, people wait to see what these amazing commercials are going to be like. Did you guys see the one? I think it was it Bitcoin? With the little QR code that was like flashing on the screen. It was amazing. They had an amazing commercial. And so anyways, these organizations, these marketing agencies, they've got it packed down. They are brain-based. They got the psychology down. They study you and I. They study us. And they are effectively getting us to spend more money, which my friend right here, she wants to help us have the financial literacy so that we can stop spending all this money on all these marketing ads that they're putting out for us so that we can, steward our finances well, and in spite of that. And so it's vital that we go underneath the hood. That is what I'm trying to stress today. So let's get fired up. A clear indicator that students are fired up. What are some things you think? When a student is really cognitively engaged, how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know? Yes. 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 Exactly. Yes. They're looking at you. They're smiling. Their body language, right? Most of our communication is nonverbal. If you're looking out and people are totally disengaged, right? And they're all, especially your students, right? Because you as an instructor, or even in your staff meetings, if you have really good meeting hygiene or however you do it, you have people put things away so that they could fully be engaged. Or if they're taking notes, right? That's good cognitive engagement indicator. If they're raising their hands, I say even if they're smirking their face, they're kind of telling you something. Because they're like trying to get it, but it's like not quite fitting, right? Or they're like, or maybe you're firing up a neuron, but it's redirecting, right? You're recreating pathways now, because what they thought belonged with one neuron, right, with one pathway, no longer does, because you're teaching them, you're correcting or reframing things for them. So sometimes that requires an ugly face, like, you know what I mean? That's all, you're firing it up. So what I'm saying is being intentional and really present with the human beings that you are pouring into, that you are sharing with, so that you're not doing things to them, you're doing it with them, right? And that's the switch there that we're making. So I have this thing, okay, that is very meaningful for me, and I got like 17, 15, 14, I got seconds. Because I want to do Q&A. It's called 40K by 40. So you guys seen that it was 27,000, I think 225 brains. I'll be 40 in October. So I have 12,775 more brains to impact. So you say, how are you going to measure that? Well, through speaking opportunities, Miracle Math Coaching. We just opened a state-of-the-art learning center that bridges online and in person together. And my sister here in the red, we're going to be talking about some stuff about e-learning and creating Miracle Math virtually. I am so stinking excited. And so helping families through Miracle Math, we do this nationwide. We're working on international. Social media engagement, liking, commenting, like really engaging with the brain, right? Not just being a fan or connection, but engaging. Professional development. I do professional development for teachers. Locally, across other regions, I've been able to do that. And it's always exciting to come in and customize and find out what's happening and inject some excitement and some reality and some accountability and leadership into audiences and to organizations to really see them become brain-based. And so I invite you to join me in this journey of 40K by 40. October 25th is my 40th birthday. And I'd love to celebrate 40K by 40 with you. And I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to share my heart of being brain-based and heart-led. I'm Deanna Hearn. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, at Deanna Hearn Speaks on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you so much, and I'll take questions. Yes, my brother.
I I don't have any question for you, but I just want to say that your energy is amazing. And I also had an opportunity to meet your family yesterday. So it's very nice to meet you as a person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for that compliment. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, get over here.
I want to second him, right? Like you are a ball of energy, and regardless of, even the brain concept is good, everything is good, but the way you deliver, you carry not the brain. I saw your heart. So big applause to you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, and you will achieve that for sure.
Thank
40K,
you so much.
by 40, go for it.
Yes, thank you. I received that. Thank you so much.
Great presentation. I just want to know, how do you reach a child who they're very down on themselves with their ability to perform math? How do you do that?
You have to hear them first. You have to hear them first, right? And so if you try to reach them up, right, they're not ready for that. You have to engage them. So you have to come alongside them and be where they are to take them where you want them to go. So it's just having a conversation, right? Just having a conversation with them and reaching them where they are, hearing them, affirming them, and then once you connect with them, now you can move further. It's important to engage, connect, then empower.
I'm down with all that. It's probably a little bit more complicated, maybe a little bit too much for this venue, but getting them to do the steps when you give them to them. Because I try to reinforce the same thing about the mind is a muscle.
Yes.
And you can train it.
Yes.
And it can become better and stronger.
Yeah.
But actually, my youngest is very difficult to reach. I can reach everybody else except my own kid. So
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. My daughters have coaches. They go to Miracle Math for that very reason.
No.
I'm a mother to them. I wear so many hats with them. Sometimes you're so up and close with them, it's hard to see the picture when you're in the frame.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, absolutely. So the Miracle Math concepts, that's available online, or just is?
Yes, we are in person and online right now. We're looking to expand our in-person facilities, but we're reaching students nationwide through our online platform.
Okay.
And so I think we might need to have a conversation. It's really case by case.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you gotta go underneath the hood with his schema. His schema are the things that he said matter to him.
Well, it's my daughter.
Oh, your daughter, excuse me.
My other two are.
Let's talk about it. I would love to talk about it.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, because I don't want to give you vague. I want to touch what you're looking for. Yeah, that's awesome.
Bonus. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. That was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
I think everybody got a ton out of it. And I had questions throughout, and at the end I thought she's answered everything I was curious about. But just maybe picking up a little bit on the last question, I'm curious how, if you can support children with special needs, if there are specific techniques, and you could talk a little bit about that.
Yes, absolutely. So we do have students that have Asperger's. They're on the spectrum that we work with, mild cases of autism. We work with them, and because we work on the executive functions, which is typically where the challenges are, we have instructors that are specifically trained to work with students that are on the spectrum or have Asperger's, and we apply our brain-based techniques for them. The way that families are able to reach us online is that we have a free learning discovery that we start with, and we're able to curate and customize a system that is specifically for them. But depending on the family and the case and all that they've gone through, some families have hired advocates because they've had the toughest time working through the system of working their students between general ed and special needs, and they don't want their kids to get stuck in the special needs classes, but they can't keep up in the general ed. And so we've had some very unique things that we've helped navigate through and even attend some of the IEP meetings. So we have an extensive amount of support that we can provide for students that have special needs. It's pretty exciting, the outcomes, yeah. Any other questions? All right, well, visit us at miraclemathcoaching.com if you're interested or know someone that their child needs support. And I want to leave you with this last little quote: follow your heart, but take your brain with you. Thank you so much.
Hey, how about one more time for Deanna? There we go. Yes, energy was infectious in a very good way. Thank you. Better than coffee, maybe. Moving on quickly to the next speaker session, which is on the topic Learning Outcomes Acceleration, AI, ML, data, and immersive learning in the 21st century. In addition to addressing current teaching challenges, AI, ML, and data analytics tools can also play a pivotal role in boosting student achievement rates in hybrid and traditional classrooms. To give us more insight into the subject, I would like to welcome on stage Matthew J. Kraft, Chief Operating Officer at Mosaic Learning, Inc.
Mic, and I need the remote too for the deck. Here's a mic for you. Does the bottom advance the slide? Okay. There we go. Good morning. So before we get started, slides aside, I want everyone to do one thing for me. I want you to close your eyes for a minute. Trust me on this. Close your eyes for a minute. And then slowly reopen them. The process of doing this is the same process that we use to deploy technology and content to change learning outcomes. If you can imagine going through this room and navigating it with the people in the chairs in here with your eyes closed versus your eyes open, that's what we're doing at Mosaic Learning. We have unique software called Commoditized that sets us apart in our ability to take all learners, regardless of folks who are diagnosed with a learning disability, like I was, people who are accelerating, people in the trades, and students across all spectrums, to take technology, take content, and accelerate their outcome. And so, with that, I also want to give you another visual. For those that were raised in the 80s, you'll remember the public service announcements about your brain on drugs. And so I want to give you a second visual about what sets Combobulate apart.
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Jiu-jitsu. I'm going to learn jiu-jitsu.
Hey, Mikey, I think he likes it. How about some more?
Hell yes.
All right. Combobulate means the process of bringing order to chaos. As we heard so eloquently before this speech, there are lots of different ways neurologically that chaos can exist. We are bringing order to that process, and so that's what we're here to talk about today. Okay, so from an agenda perspective, I know it's getting close to lunch, and so we'll keep the prepared remarks a little bit shorter than normal, and then allow for plenty of Q&A. So I'm going to go through and talk about Mosaic Learning, its evolution in history. I'm going to briefly touch on myself. We're going to talk about the teaching model. We're going to talk about Combobulate and what makes a difference. We're going to then go into the feedback model, modeling, and then we'll wrap with closing and Q&A. Okay, so Mosaic Learning was founded in 2007. We're based in Columbia, Maryland with over 70 employees. We've won many awards, including the International Virtual Reality Competition in Dubai. We're recognized in 2020, prior to COVID, for our state of business and growth and community impact in Howard County, Maryland. We were featured on an ABC News broadcast in 2021, and then last year by the head of AWS's business development for an inspirational story around our virtual meeting and classroom platform. Today we serve over 5 million, that's million with an M, have been served through our LMS products, and that number continues to grow exponentially. In 2015, and then accelerating through COVID, we created a single platform to address comprehensive learning, and in 2019 rebranded that to Combobulate, to bring order to chaos. We have award-winning e-learning and instructional designers who partner content with virtual reality, augmented reality, web and mobile interfaces into a unified student data platform. Before we get into what makes our software and what makes us special, I want to tell you who we are. I want to review our vision and our mission and our values, because it's not enough to stand up here and talk about software or show videos or do anything like that. I want to talk about who we are. Our vision is to improve learning outcomes for all, regardless of creed, gender, any sort of predisposition to learning disabilities. We want to make the leveled playing field leveled through our software and our content. And our mission, put simply, is to fuse technology and ingenuity to bridge all barriers connecting people and unleashing individual and organizational potential. It's not enough that things exist to unleash potential. We have to use technology and a vision to make that happen, and so that's what our mission statement is. Our values. It's not enough in today's day and age to talk about what we are. It's important to talk about who we are, because this is what sets us apart, in addition to what we bring to table. So our values are forward motion, ownership, results, group, and embrace adversity. And so within these values, we have individual creeds that bubble up and define who we are as people, who we are as a team, and who we are as a business. But this is what drives us. Every employee of Mosaic Learning, everything we do, we get up every day, we put one foot in front of the other, and we look at each other, we get together as teams, we serve our clients, and we march forward with these values. And so before I get into, again, what makes us special from a data and software perspective, I wanted to talk about our mission, I wanted to talk about our vision, and I want to talk about our values, because it's what gets us up every day and brings us together as a team. So about me, I've got over 25 years of industry experience. Some friends and I got together when we were in junior high in the mid-90s and administrated and started the largest, at the time, student district-run bulletin board system with a vision to bring students and teachers online and collaborate. And so over the last 20-plus years, through various organizations, including Social Solutions Global and Vista Equity Partners, Straighter Line, and other organizations that I've been a part of and been proud to work for, I have worked, and my teams have worked, and we have worked, like so many of you, to advance learning, enable platforms, and to really build a base of the internet to put forward what is a vision of universal student achievement. So I want to talk briefly about the evolution of the teaching model, because all good things in life come full circle. We started, and if you look at the classic example of Helen Keller and the effectiveness of learning sign language, that would not have been possible with the model that I went to college with, of putting a bunch of people into a room and hoping for good outcomes. The individual model made the difference there. The individual model makes the difference in tutoring. The individual model makes the difference in one-on-one collaboration in education. The individual model makes the difference in learning. And so we went from that and then tried to achieve economies of scale to what I call the herd immunity to learning. And this is, again, herd immunity, and it became sort of an overused term in COVID, but it really said that we're going to basically put a bunch of people in the room, we're going to give them a bunch of the same material, we're going to give them the same assessments, and then we're going to hope. And hope is an important thing, but hope is not a plan. We're going to hope that they're going to be able to adapt to what we're providing, and they're going to be able to be successful. And so this model works for some, it does not work for all. And what I am here to tell you is we are building a model that will work for all. And that gets to immersive learning. In immersive learning, you bring the experiences of learning, whether it's through a virtual reality simulation on the heart, as in this picture, or it's through web-based adaptive e-learning, through loading what's called a score, which is the content on the screen, and adapting it to the user's progress, or it's engaging with a student through augmented reality, or it's engaging with a student on their mobile device while they're trying to multitask and raise a family and learn. It's bringing it all together into what I call a nexus of observation, orientation, decision-making, and action. That nexus helps to dramatically propel and improve student outcomes, again, through content and through technology, to achieve a much more immersive model that gets us back to the Helen Keller model of individualization, but at economy of scale that doesn't require one-on-one collaboration. And so we break, through this model, the herd immunity to learning. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what traditional learning management systems do, and this is going to be overgeneralized, and there's folks in this room that have a special sauce, but this is what we came to market to really change fundamentally. And so if you look at it at a high level, again, it gets a little bit to that herd immunity model. You deploy software, you deploy content, and whether it's K-12 or Common Core, or it's, we do HR compliance training, it's a lot of the same content, a lot of it's dated, and you load it into a system, and then users click through the experience to try to get through that experience as quickly as possible. And so what you end up with through this model, you end up with an improvement over pen and paper, but fundamentally you have ad hoc rule creation, you have limited learning intervention, the teacher is present or instructor is present, but with the student, we're not sure if they're learning the material, we're not sure of what the outcome is going to be after they pass the assessment, we're not sure of all of these types of things. We have some high-level reporting, which is helpful, but there's no certainty, there's no adaption in the process. We've scheduled releases, but there's no real, what I call the ROI of learning, tying it all back together. And so when we sat down and said, at a high level, this is the business we're in, we said we could do it better. And so that's what we're doing. Through Combobulate, we are combining a unified interface through Scorum, advanced experiences, virtual reality, quizzing and surveying, meetings, browsing, notifications, system interaction. We are capturing all of that data and creating a universal view of a student. Then that data and that model is being fed real time into the system so that we can get real-time feedback to an instructor that the student is struggling. We can get real-time feedback to the user that based on the behavior that they're doing, they may not be capturing, adapting, and understanding the data. Ultimately, we will then tie all of that to things like one of the large verticals that we serve is the master trade organizations and union apprenticeships. If someone's in the field 2 years later and has a higher safety incident rating than someone else, we need to go back and understand what they were doing in the system that may not have caused them to adapt to it. And so we're creating that universal view of a student that's almost immutable, like a blockchain. We're providing then integrated dashboards and reporting so that training directors, so that professors, so that educators can make informed decisions about all of their students, and they're able to do so in real time. And then we're able to intervene real time when it is so critical and so important that we get back to the student with what's really going on in the system, so that in real time, like a GPS in your car, we are re-navigating the student to a more successful outcome. That is where we are, and that is where we're headed. That is what we have in our Combobulate suite. So I've got 11 minutes on the clock. I just want to leave you with this. We talked about what it takes to bring sight, using the example of Helen Keller, to students to level the playing field and improve student outcomes. You saw it yourself. Imagine the difference of going from this to this. Imagine the difference of having your brain on drugs versus your brain on Combobulate. Our journey is the journey of all educators and of all people who seek to make better outcomes for students, who seek to make better outcomes for instructors, and who seek to make better outcomes for society, so that we're able to take someone who might be a prison offender and put them in the system, and so that they can graduate and become a master apprentice in half the time, put food on their table, and have a remarkable incident-free safety record. We're able to take students who may not need 4 years through college and accelerate their learning path, and so they get done in 2, and they reduce the amount of student loan debt that they may carry for a generation. We're able to take salespeople and people across the country who need enablement and onboarding training to bring products to market and do so in a fraction of the time. We're able to do all these things because what makes us special, what makes us unique, and what makes our solution powerful is the people, the processes, and the systems that power the Combobulate experience to bring order to chaos. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to combine this talk with the previous talk, because if you put them together, I think they form a really nice united thing. And what I mean is, you've provided a medium, an environment with processes, and I want to see the heart and the brain put into that. Whereas the first talk, the previous talk, had strategies and wonderful ways of doing that. And I want to see all your content married with those approaches. And I was wondering if you could kind of discuss how you may do that, because there's a lot of potential.
Thank you so much. What was your name again, ma'am?
Esther.
Esther, thank you. I think, Esther, you're looking into my deck for next year. One of the very important and things that we're doing this year, we've dabbled in the science of learning, been informally advised by folks in the learning and memory industry, PhD neuroscientists. This year, we are proceeding with hiring chief learning officers, chief scientists, and building out an infrastructure to take our data and our software and our e-learning content and combine it with fMRI studies, so that it's going to take time, but 2 years from now, when hopefully I'm standing on the stage again, I can put an fMRI scan on this visual and say, look at the difference that we're making. You can see student outcomes in all facets of life. You can see students happy taking an assessment and advancing through content. You can see them getting jobs after they're done. And oh, by the way, this is what's going on at a neurological level. So that is the next step of what we're doing, is not just taking the data, but marrying the science with it so that we are able to advance it, and able to advance it in a way that makes it scientifically accurate and credible. So it's not just me saying things, much like your brain on drugs, it's me providing the platform and us providing the platform to make that reality possible and the science behind it. Thank you, Esther.
So I heard you talk about the learning management system, the way you can bring in e-learning with it. Can you talk a little more about the other end, the data collection side? Like, so what, if we put our learning on there, what data collection or what data reports, can you give me some examples? that stood out?
Absolutely. And what was your name?
My name is Kim.
Hi, Kim. So what we are able to do is not only take the interaction data that exists within the system, whether it's me, sorry, I missed the mic, whether it's me clicking with an Oculus headset on, or me doing a bunch of mouse overs, or me doing anything in the system, ultimately my eyes gazing off, like we talked about earlier. But we're then able to marry it with third-party and other data sources. So for example, if I get safety incident reports of students that have gone through our system, that these learners have gone through a particular training location and have a higher incident of failure rate. If I get third-party reports that a student may be succeeding in the system but ultimately failing out in K-12, we're able to take all of that data together and present a universal view of a student with a set of canned reports materially beyond what's used if you're just looking at Moodle or Blackboard or any of those types of traditional learning management systems. And we're able to do all of that through data dimensionalization powered by AWS QuickSight and those types of tools. And so we're able to create actual cubes of data and look at multi-dimensional analysis of students, if that makes sense. Yes.
They're on there, thanks. But then we have Title II reporting. So then we have the federal Title II reports, which is another view of a student and another data system. And then we have state reporting, which is another spreadsheet different. And so what I'm hearing you say is you can combine all of those data reporting systems to have a one-stop shop for us instead of me having 40 different spreadsheets to look at one student's profile.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. It's awesome.
Yes. Correct. Yeah, so there's student, instructor, compliance reporting, all of it under one roof.
But in your slides, do you have what that looks like a sample?
I don't, but happy to schedule a sales demo with one of our business development representatives. They're watching this now, and so they're probably getting very excited because they work on commission. But happy to schedule that, and we can do that as soon as next week to run through what it looks like.
Sounds great.
Three minutes. Any questions? Yes.
That you have, like you said, you have impacted 5 million students. So can you share with it one success story?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of individual success stories. That's a really good question, and I missed your name, ma'am.
Anlon.
And Long? Okay, and Long. There are lots of individual success stories that we'd love to share, customer testimonials that I can give you from executive directors of large trade organizations and those types of things. I think the most powerful piece and what would make sense in terms of next steps is just schedule a demo. We can kind of talk through both at a macro and a micro basis, what impacts we're seeing. And again, part of what we're doing this year is working to put the infrastructure in place with chief learning officer types and chief science types to put together full case studies and white papers that are published that we can share fully. Okay. I will be available after this to exchange business cards and set up some time for the further conversation. Thank you so much for being a part of this experience with me and for coming, and thank you so much for everything you do to help advance learners and learning outcomes. Okay?
How about once again for Matthew J. Kraft? Beautiful. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker session on the topic financial literacy, the missing key to success for K through 12, higher education, corporate America, and society as a whole. To equip students with essential financial knowledge, educators are combining leading elements of traditional teaching with digital technology to share effective strategies that can help teachers enhance the financial literacy of their students. We have here with us Jeanette Adams, the owner and CEO of Debt Sucks University. Please put your hands together.
All right, so I know a young lady that was really good in tennis, and she should have been good at tennis because she practiced about 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, sometimes 7. But that practice from 10 years old to 17-year-olds actually got her a full ride scholarship to a D1 college. And through that scholarship, she was able, as a first-generation college student, land a 8-month internship that paid her about $3,000 a month. So she graduated college debt-free with $10,000 in the bank at the age of 21. Now, unfortunately for that young lady, a few years later, she found herself in $50,000 of debt. That's me. I was the one. No job, no health care, and a 1-year-old in the house, and a brand new home, okay? Now, thank goodness that I paid that all 50 grand of that debt off in 2 years, started a business where I have spoken to over 80,000 students around the world, as well as spoke to employees at for their financial wellness at Fortune 500 companies. But what this tells you is that it could have went a different way. I could have easily been in that debt for decades. I know a lot of people that graduated with me, they are still in student loan debt and still fighting it. So I wanted to talk a little bit about basically what I have done over the last 10 years, and from what I have done, speaking at the New York Times, speaking on behalf of the Department of Education, colleges, middle schools, high schools, and just taking what I've learned and just talk about how financial literacy in K through 12, higher education, corporate America, and society as a whole can lead to success. So first and foremost, let's look at K through 12. And we'll say problems, we'll say opportunities and issues. So student hunger and focus. We know that, especially with COVID, we've seen a big issue with student hunger. A lot of times students do not eat unless they are in the classroom, okay? And a lot of that has to do with the finances at home. They just don't have the money to be able to feed their children. Teacher wellness. Teachers, just like the employees that I speak at corporate America, deal with financial issues, okay? They have student loans, they have, maybe credit card debt, car debt, their mortgages and so forth. So even the financial wellness of teachers is an issue. And of course, it's a shrinking profession. Even before COVID and all the stress that came from having to, do Zoom with a kindergartner and things like that, it was a shrinking profession because of student loan debt. Student loan debt was growing, and while it was growing, their incomes and their salaries were not. And so trying to convince someone to, come out of with all that debt and then go into, I'm out in North Carolina, they have one of the lowest beginning salaries for teachers, so being able to convince them to come work is very hard. Lack of college preparation, this has to do with the students, of course. And it's not because of the academics that you all are teaching them, it's about everything else once they step onto a campus. to understand, especially if you're a first generation college student. My mother dropped me off at South Carolina State and said, if you got any questions, ask one of these people on this campus. And she left and was 3 hours up the road. So being able to understand what student activities is and understanding that even though I'm on a full ride, your scholarship has to be renewed each and every year. So you better keep your scholarship. Those things like that can be taught in K through 12 just to help them get a better chance as they get on there. And then of course the school boards, which we'll talk a little bit more about. So the solutions that I've seen that, you know, even I've helped different K through 12 help with is student parent programming. So when you look at PTA, all right, and the different opportunities, you know, I just went to a movie, we looked at Encanto, and the kids, of course, taught through the whole thing. But that could have been an opportunity that we could have had something else going on in that whole PTA meeting with programming, showing students how to bring in money for themselves. A third grader who loves to make bracelets, how can they sell that for 25 cents or $1 to their friends? My son is in the 8th grade. I found out last night he earned $50 by doing photography at the gym. He loves photography. Being able to show students that can't get a job at Chick-fil-A or McDonald's how to bring in some money. As far as parent programming, like I said a couple of days ago, I read every page of every stimulus package that came out because I knew money was in there. So during COVID, it could have been programming for parents where they were able to be shown how to sign up for supercharged unemployment, because it was supercharged. In North Carolina, people were getting up to $900 a week. That's a lot of money. And that could have eased the financial burden in these households. Right now, these parents can be getting programming around the student loan forgiveness as far as total and permanent disability. A friend of mine just got 140 grand forgiven. It's out there. As well as any of those parents that had went to the for-profit schools that closed down on them, they can get their student loans forgiven as well. This is programming that's gonna help with these parents' finances or the guardians. Scholarship searching for those of you in middle school or high school, that's something that I do with TRIO programs. And when I talk to middle school students, they always say, well, Miss Janae, when should I start looking for scholarships? And I tell them when you were 6 years old, because Google has thousands of dollars for 6-year-olds. So you need to get started now. And then of course, the senior jump start for your 12th graders, making sure that whether they go into the real world, into the military, into college, after high school, that they know what that needs to be done and what they financially need to be doing before they graduate. Of course, with teachers, the financial wellness workshops, like I said, just like any employee at a Fortune 500 company, teachers worry about money. Okay, a lot of times teachers around the country have to take on multiple jobs because they're not getting paid enough. When they're having to do that, how can they focus on young people at school, whether it's kindergarten or 12th grade? They can't. And so being able to show how to use the money that they have, and be able to grow it, and be able to financially live the life that they want to live is very important. For the administrators, relevant professional development. We already talked about financial wellness for teachers, but being able to show them, I can't tell you how many teachers do not have a LinkedIn profile. You gotta have a LinkedIn profile, okay? Especially if you wanna move up in the industry that you're in. And that's for everybody, no matter whether they are in education or not, should have a LinkedIn profile. Also, right now, the public sector loan forgiveness, they're basically, the student Department of Education is making sure that anybody that's in the public sector has a chance at student loan forgiveness, or at least taking a lot of years off of your payments. Okay, so that's something else that should be professional development, and I promise you it's not happening right now. And then last but not least, with the school boards, thoughtful policy and programs. All over the country, a lot of the states are recommending or saying that a student has to take a financial literacy course before they graduate. But when you look deeper into this financial literacy course, once you get past the whole news outlets and everything, the great news that they're publicity they're getting from it, you'll see that the financial literacy is really basic, and it's not going to help students pass high school, okay? They're still going to go into student loan debt. They're still not going to know how to look for scholarships, but they'll know about investing. The problem is they don't have any money. So what's the point of even teaching that right now? It's about teaching them about life and what they need going forward. So when we look at higher education and the issues there, retention and graduation rates, and we can add enrollment, management because there are less students to pick from in order to get on your campuses. Student insecurity, COVID also pointed this out. We know in March 2020, all of a sudden it was like, oh, all of you got to go home. How are you going to get there? And then you've seen these colleges having to raise money to get students back to their homes. And I'm not talking about international students. I'm talking about students that were 2 hours away in South Carolina trying to get them home. Those are the kind of fundraisers I've seen through Facebook with a lot of higher ed institutions. These students have food insecurity and they're couch surfing, not understanding that they're actually homeless. And that was exploded during COVID. As far as staff and faculty focus, this is focus in the classroom once again. They are facing financial hardships as well. And then of course, endowments. Endowments with a lot of people in higher ed and a lot of these institutions are dismal, unfortunately, okay? And if the Department of Education ever took away the funding, so the grants, the scholarships, the Pell Grant aid from colleges, I don't care who they are. It can be Duke University that costs $80,000 a year. They can't survive long enough without the Department of Ed and that money that comes in. So even endowments is very important. Now, the solutions that I have found around the country with different colleges, having a summer bridge program for students. And I don't care if that student is coming out of high school, coming from a community college, or coming back as a non-traditional student. There needs to be a bridge program to make sure that they have a smooth transition onto that campus. Financial literacy programs with relevant programming. Once again, a lot of times colleges want to pat themselves on the back having a financial literacy program when they just have brought in a banker for free to talk about, once again, investing, or they have a real estate agent to come in and talk about real estate and getting a mortgage. What are you talking about? Why do you have them here? These young people are trying to find a way to eat. So what happens with these colleges, if you have that kind of programming and you bring students into that, the next time that you have a program, they're not going to show up because they took off work to come and be in this presentation and it didn't help them with their finances at all. So that's why it's important to have relevant programming. Student money management centers. There are a lot around the country with peer mentors. A lot of times students will talk to someone who looks like them, that's their age, more than they will an administrator. Financial wellness for the staff and the faculty is very important as well, because what we're trying to do is just decrease the financial situations as far as the hardships in people's households so they can focus in the classroom. And then workshops for faculty and staff that focus on the financial habits of students. This is one thing that I talk about at other conferences, and the name of the workshop is Students, It Is About the Money. Because every student is not the same when it comes to money. A lot of times it has to do with culture, it has to do with race. So I go through Native Americans, African Americans, rural students, first generation students, Hispanics, all across the board, because everybody is different when it comes to money. And if staff and faculty understand those habits, they'll be able to see a lot more of those students and what needs to be going on. Now, as far as corporate America, this is when your students are getting, through K through 12, getting through college. Now they're in somebody's job. They might be in somebody's nonprofit. They may be coming teaching as well in K through 12. But when they have money issues, they are unfocused. And when they're unfocused, that's a decrease in productivity, and then, of course, a loss in profits. So it's important to be able to have financial literacy on board and financial wellness to be able to keep that from happening. So whenever I talk to HR departments about having a financial wellness program, I come from the profits, because that's what companies care about. The best thing that I ever got told when I was in college from a manager, he said, I don't care where your piece of paper came from. I care about how much money you're going to make me. That was it. And that's how corporate America thinks. So when you talk to them in these kind of terms, they're like, okay, yeah, my employees do need to have financial wellness because they want them to be focused. A lot of companies have irrelevant employee benefits, and we'll talk about that. And then, of course, employee retention. We have seen the great migration over these last 2 years because of COVID. People are just jumping ship for a higher paycheck. They're doing that because of student loans, okay? And they're trying to figure out how to pay them back. Now, here's an example about why it is about the money. Imagine that you have an employee that is worth $1 million a year to you, okay? They work 40 hours per week, 50 weeks a year, because they need 2 weeks of vacation, so that's 2,000 hours. Now that $1 million divided by 2,000 hours is about $500 an hour that they're worth to you. Now that 3 hours you see next, what that represents is that this is the amount of time per week that the average employee spends dealing with their money. So they can be on the phone talking to the student loan company, making sure that their bank account is not taking out money on this date because they need to be moved to this date before the mortgage comes out, those kind of things. So if it's $500 per hour and they're taking 3 hours a week, that's $1,500 lost by that company per week with that one employee. You multiply that times 50 weeks per year, $75,000 lost by that one employee. Multiply that by 10 employees at your company, for those that in corporate, that's $750,000, okay? Now, how I know this number is real is because that's what I represented when I was in corporate America. I brought them in $1 million a year. And when I was dealing with my money problems, I was losing them $75,000 a year. And we were a company worldwide, the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, okay? So it wasn't just me, because once I started paying out the 50 grand of debt, everybody on my team started asking me questions of how I was doing it. So these are real numbers, and when I say corporate, it's for anybody that has a workplace, this is what's happening there. Now, the solutions for those in corporate: revamp the onboarding process for those coming in, those new employees. It's okay to talk about the investing and so forth, but it talks about more about their money, about what their health care is going to be. A lot of times that is more important than worrying about a 401k at first. Implementing a student loan program, so like making financial wellness a part of the company as a whole. If you want somebody, and this is what I'm talking to those that have companies, if you want somebody to come work for you and that star employee, offer student loan repayment. Like I said, in that stimulus package, right now until 2025, every corporation can get a tax credit for a student loan repayment program. So if people are working for somebody else, that's something to bring up to your employer to make sure that they implement that through 2025. And I'm working on Capitol Hill to get that extended. Increasing productivity, because they're not worrying about their money, they can focus on their 8 to 5. It's going to lead to increase in profits and eventually a participation in retirement programs. That's what a lot of human resource professionals want me to express and get these employees there. But they have to get out of debt first and get their money together before they can give $100 a month or $200 a month to that 401k, that Roth 401k, or for education 403b. Now, society as a whole, this is why financial literacy is so important. A decrease in student loan debt, period. And whenever I go speak on Capitol Hill and talk to these different representatives and these different senators, that's what I talk about. I talk about in terms of money and bringing down the national debt. And one thing they're worried about is student loan debt. Financial literacy can help decreasing that. You're also going to have a higher percentage of people participating in the economy, period. Right now, they're not doing that, even before COVID. They were not buying houses. They were not and if you don't buy a house, you don't buy furniture, you're not going to be able to invest or anything like that. Basically, life is at a standstill for basically 2 decades for a lot of people. A lot of people that I graduated with are still not first-time home buyers. That is something real, okay? And they have great jobs. It's not like they don't have good jobs. They just have too much student loan debt, all right? Decrease in government assistance in health care. So being able to help those with their finances. So when we're talking about that K through 12 and that parent programming, a parent program could be able to show them how to use coupons so that they can make their SNAP benefits go further and be able to find different ways to bring in some money so eventually they are able to get off of SNAP benefits. A decrease in the health care. And so a lot of times if you help people get their finances together, they stop waiting to go to the doctor. A lot of times they need preventive health care, and a lot of times it's reactive. That's what they're ending up in the emergency room, and the emergency room costs a lot of money that the bills don't get paid, and that's what I mean by it's just an increase in health care, and we need to get more preventative health care going. An increase in tax base. This is how I get local officials on board, okay? If you get people to handle with their money, guess what? They move into another tax bracket, which means more money for the city government, the state government, the federal government that they can use to, push out to those companies that they're trying to get into the city, like an Amazon and so forth. And then last but not least, a decrease in poverty rates, which is very important to me. when we're talking about helping the young people that you all see in K through 12 and their families, that's what happens, a decrease in poverty rates, all right? So, it didn't go through, there we go. And it might be stuck, but that, I think that is the last slide right there. So any questions, that is my website as well as my blog, my email, and then my social media as well. The Debt Sucks University book is for middle school through college students, and the Money Attractor is for people who pay bills, so the adults. That's how I explain the Money Attractor, but I'll be glad to take any questions that you all may have right now.
Thank you for your information. Can you share the areas of the country that you've done most with students, middle and high school students?
Across the country. So New York, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Idaho, Oklahoma, California, Texas, Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Alabama.
Okay, you got my state. I just want to see if we were there.
Yeah, and I work a lot with TRIO programs, so Upward Bound, Talent
yeah.
Search, Student Support Services. Yeah.
Hi, Jeanette. Great information. Would you care to come on my podcast and share this with other people in my community?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right,
Definitely
I'll
we can
reach out to you
connect.
though. Okay, great, thanks.
Awesome. Any other questions? And I will say this too with the professional development, because I think his name was Dr. Drew the other day, and he was talking about how 100 bills are coming down from the government that he doesn't have time for. That's another thing for professional development. There are teachers who follow politics in these schools. Give that as an opportunity for them to actually do some professional development around what's going on in the federal government, what's going on around state government and local government. What it is that I feel that K through 12 and higher education, the advocacy is not there. I was on a small business policy task force for a year during COVID, and we came up with actual policy, and because of that, half of it got passed in North Carolina. And so even rural areas for internet, like these business owners want the internet obviously goes to the students as well. But what I'm saying is if you're not involved, then everything just gets planned without you. And so if you have any teachers that are really into politics, definitely make sure that they're put in some kind of political task force for education, and that's all they focus on, nothing else. Like we on that small business task force, we talked about small business stuff. So if y'all decide to do something with teachers, it's only education. Any bill that comes out, we don't care about nothing else in that bill. We care about what applies to us as teachers, as educators, and our students, and that's it. And that's something that can help you get more power within your city government, state, and federal government. All right, any other questions? We have about 3 minutes. I wanted to make sure I stayed on time here. Any other questions? All right, and I'm here the rest of the day, so if anybody has any questions at lunch or anything, just let me know. Thank you.
All right, Jeanette, thank you again very much. That was an interesting topic right there, and I think we need a few minutes to kind of digest everything and have some lunch. I'm sure everybody's on board with that. You know where the lunchroom is, just out the door here to your left. Let's go ahead and take a 60-minute lunch break. We'll meet back here in an hour and continue things. Enjoy the food, enjoy the networking as well. You know, it's one of those things where, get up there, go, quick. Here I am. Hi, guys. Hello, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Good to have you. Hope you're feeling refreshed and ready for the rest of the afternoon here. Continuing on different approaches to learning, we're going to now explore the topic, winning in the world with the right mindset, behaviors, and skills. Mindset is how you view a capability and intelligence, of course. This speaker explores how and why having a growth mindset can not only help you improve your skills, but also win in the work world. Let me invite on stage Mr. Stephen Krempel, CEO of Krempel Communications International. Stephen, stage is yours, my friend.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me at the back? Yep. Okay, very good. Wait, just hold on. Okay, action shot here, Chris. This side. Got it? Okay, good. In case he missed my better side, though. Sorry. You still doing it one more time? Okay, good. Thank you. All right. The students that you so lovingly are nurturing through your high schools, your elementary schools, colleges, eventually get to the work world. However, if they only figured out that they can leverage their social media and tech-savvy skills with the needs of the organization and understand the needs of the organization, they will be gold. Most senior leaders in corporations that I know, right, would love to have the ability of the younger generation, though. The mistake that many of the younger generations have is they don't know how to connect with the senior leaders in the organization, though. They know how to connect with their peers, and they know how to connect with the people their age, but just think about if we gave them that capability, all right? So what I'm going to be talking about is this. I have two stories that I'd like to start out with. 3 weeks ago, somebody reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, hey, Stephen, I heard you talk to our EMBA class 2 years ago. I was wondering whether you do any personal coaching. So I said, okay, yeah, let's get on a call. So we're on a 15-minute call. A minute into her describing her situation, I said, okay, after your EMBA, you didn't get the promotion you wanted, right? She said, yes, Then she started going through the next 10 minutes of why she didn't get the promotion, though. Okay? Now I'll give you a flip story, though. A professor in University of Washington, I used to live in Seattle, asked me, he said, hey, Stephen, do you mind talking to one of my top students in my class? She's doing an internship downtown, but she seems to run into a problem. Can you help her out, though? I said, okay, no problem. Let's call her Jenny to protect the innocent, though. So I'm talking to Jenny and says, Jenny, Professor Lim said that you wanted me to talk to you. Tell me what's happening in the organization. She said, I have no idea. I went to the organization, I interviewed everybody in my department, and at the end of it, my supervisor complained that I was being really obnoxious and rude. I said, what did you say? She said, I don't know, I didn't say anything. I said, I'll tell you what. Why don't I pretend to be one of your coworkers, and you tell me exactly what you said to them, and I will give you some feedback. She says, okay. So here's what she said. She said, hi, my name is Jenny. I want you to tell me what I need to do in the next 2 to 3 years to become your CEO. I said, whoa. All right? This is the two flip sides of working in the work world. One, people, even with advanced degrees, are not confident. The other, overconfidence and rubbing people the wrong way. All right? So what I want to do today is share my slides here, okay? So what winning in the work world is, the mindset that you need. the behaviors and some of the behaviors that for new job entrants should absolutely have before they get into the work world, and then the skills that the students need to have as well. So my name is Stephen Krempel. I've used to work in 4 Fortune 500 companies, originally Motorola, Pepsi, Yum Brands, and Starbucks Corporation. I was the Chief Learning Officer for Starbucks, though. The only thing COVID did for me was I was able to collaborate with 2 other academics to write a couple of books. So in 2020, when we had a little bit more time, I did a game on with 2 other professors. And then last year, I actually launched my book, but I did another book with another professor called The Next Right Move, which is looking at the work world in the year 2030. Now, don't worry about 2030, we want to worry about today. I have 3 questions for you, and for those of you who are here, just shout out the answer is either yes or no. All right, so pay attention now. First question, does the smartest person always get noticed or promoted in an organization? Yes or no? No. Holy moly. Okay, second question, does the hardest working person always get noticed or promoted in an organization though? No. Damn. Okay, third question. Does the most loyal person always get noticed or promoted in an organization? Yes or no, though? No. No? Then what gets a person noticed or promoted in an organization, though? At this point in time, if we had, I would ask you to talk to your neighbor, but we don't have enough time, so we won't do that. Anybody wants to shout out to me, what do you think is important so that somebody gets noticed or promoted in an organization? Just shout out. Emotional intelligence. Yes, emotional intelligence, definitely, right? Somebody else, one more. Competence. Yep, competence in their work. In fact, your competence in your area of expertise is your foundation, though. However, just because you're confident doesn't mean you're going to get noticed or promoted either, though. So what I'm going to be sharing with you, a couple of suggestions of what I'm teaching people in what I call mid-level or mid-career. Some of them are pretty high up. And here's why I'm doing it for students, because they all said, I wish I had this information when I was first starting out in my career. So let me just share another question. So one of the things we tell people is they have to communicate with impact and be visible. So why do we need to communicate with impact and be visible? Because if you're not visible, you are invisible. I'm coaching a couple of groups, both college and high school students. And you know, right, whether it's virtual or in the classroom, you can either hide or you can stand out. So I was doing a class for a bank, and they call them the 50 Young Bankers. So this is their first week in the organization. They are in, we're running a 9 to 5 class, so 9 o'clock they're there. At 10:30, at tea break, HR is in my ears going, so who's standing out? I'm going, what do you mean who's standing out? I've only been with them for 1.5 hours. I mean, who's standing out? They asked me the same question at lunch. They asked me the same question at tea break. And they asked me the same question at the end of the day. This is the 3rd day at work, though. I already knew within the first hour who was going to stand out. There was a handful of them, 5 out of 50, though. Why am I telling you this? Because HR or any other leader are looking out to who's going to be a future leader from day one, though. It is not, oh, well, I'm new here, so I kind of cruise around for a little bit and then let me get my feet wet, right? No, if you want to stand out in an organization, in a corporation, or anywhere, you better be doing a few of the things that I'm going to be suggesting, all right? So, next. It used to be who you know was really important. I'm going, yeah, that doesn't really work now. Yeah, who you know is important. It is who knows you, though, right? Yeah, you can know a lot of people, but here is the difference. When your name comes up, do they know you, though? So let's use an example. Let's say we're in a corporation, and then I'm going up to my other peer, and then I'll say, hey, do you know Stephanie Lee? Yes, Stephanie, she's great. She's the new one, right? She's always participating. She's adding value in our meetings. That could be a first reaction. Second reaction could be this. Hey, do you know Stephanie Lee? Stephanie Lee, isn't she the one that sits at the back of the meeting room and the conference room and doesn't say very much? That could be a second possibility. Or third could be, hey, do you know Stephanie Lee? And they go, Stephanie who? If they don't even know your name, you're toast. Okay? So, why am I telling you people that? Because if you intend, or any of your people intend to go in an organization and hide, it's not going to be very good though. Okay? Because management, as I said, is always searching for what we call hard to find talent though. And they're looking for people to fill their pipelines all the time. And the phrase that you need to remember is, if you're not visible, you are invisible. I had one of the companies, I won't mention to protect the innocent, when I was there in the first 6 months, it was succession planning meeting. So I thought I would bring and suggest one of my right-hand person to my boss to kind of say, you know, she needs to be promoted. So I went up to my boss, Susan, and said, you know, Jennifer really needs to be promoted. She's really the most technically competent person I've known throughout my career. She gets along with everybody on the team, and all her customers love her. And then my boss goes, yeah, but I don't think she's ready. I'm going, whoa, no. You don't understand, Susan. She's really competent. Everybody gets along with everybody on the team, and all her customers love her. Yeah, but she's too quiet in meetings, though. I'm going, too quiet in meetings. Let's consider her next round. Next round is 12 months away, though. What am I going to tell Jennifer, though? So here's the problem. Sometimes your bosses are fighting for you, but if you don't do your job to help them, you lose out, though. Okay? So why is this important? Because the point we tell the people entering the workforce, you have to take care of your boss's boss, though. Not only your boss, because your boss's boss is the one who signs off on the promotions, though. How many of you seen that one before, right? That picture. Very, very important. Now, some young people don't know that at all. So the difference between someone new and employees progressing and getting ahead is understanding the necessary mindset. So I'm going to share a couple of things here that I share with not only the executives that I train, but all the young students that are telling them. The first one is this. The second one is this. And the next one is this. First one, okay, here we go. There are only two numbers that they need to pay attention first, 95 and 5. 95% of the time, please be who you are. I can't change you. You can't really change yourself, so let's don't pretend. However, 5% of the time, when you are in the presence of people at least 2 levels above you, you need to switch to your 5% zone. And how you communicate in your 5% is very different than how you communicate in your 95. And here's what I get the reaction from most people. Well, Stephen, then that's not being very authentic. No, please be authentic, but you have to be authentic in your role, though. We all have different roles, whether in the organization or outside. I'll give you an example. If you, any of you here, went and met, or you currently now in your jobs, you act one particular way. You're the teacher, professor, you work in an organization, you have your persona, right? I guarantee you when you meet your old buddies from college and talk about relive the old days, you don't act the same way though. For those of you who are married, when you go to your mother-in-law's house, I guarantee you don't act the same way as you do with your college buddies though. And if you went to your place of worship, you act totally different. We all play different roles. The question is, what role is senior management expecting of you at your next level. All right? Next one. Jim Collins wrote the book Good to Great. And I won't go through the whole decision, but the question we asked the students is this. Do you want to be just a good worker or employee in an organization, or do you want to be a great one? And the great one, in order to do that, you have to decide that you want to be one. Because if you don't decide, it's just like going to a class. Yeah, C's okay, all right? Well, C is okay, you will cruise through the class though. But if you really want to get an A, you may act differently. And that's why I tell students, everything you learn in school can be applied in the work world if you know exactly what they are. So the next one is this one, which is this. You have to understand the rules of the game. Now, in most organizations, which is more important? Let me ask you this one, right? The written rules or the unwritten rules, though? Unwritten rules, though. But here's the thing. If you don't tell your people to find out the unwritten rules, they may inadvertently step on a landmine, though. So let me give you an example, though. We hired a new VP of HR when I was in Dallas, and in those days, it was Dress Down Friday, and so everybody wore polos and, not jeans, khakis. Why? Because the president did not like jeans, though. But we forgot to tell the new guy, though. So we're down in the basement too. John walks in and says, "Hey, John, why are you wearing jeans today?" He says, "Dress Down Friday, right? His polo shirt and jeans." I said, "No, Pete doesn't like jeans, though." He says, "Well, nobody told me." "Yeah, don't worry about it." We go out basement 1. We go up to the first floor. The elevator door opens. Pete walks in, looks at John and says, "Doing gardening today?" He couldn't live that down for the next 6 months, though. Now you go, "Yeah, but that's silly, isn't it?" Not silly if you're making the rules, though, right? So here are the things that we have to tell people. You have to figure out the rules of the game, and you have to ask the question to find out the rules of the game. The next one is very simple. In fact, it's really important, and because my wife isn't here, so I'll use her as an example, though. So red lines and green X's. A red line is stuff that happens that is not so good, and green X's is stuff that is good, though. So for me, you know, when we were living in Seattle, I used to live in Issaquah. We used to go to Bellevue for shopping at a mall, though. So my wife says, "Hey, drop me here at 12, pick me up at 3 o'clock, though." See, sometimes I come late, though. This is my wife. I know none of you have this issue, though. My wife will go, "Huh, you're late again. 3 months ago, you're late. Last Christmas, you're late. 2 years ago, when my mother-in-law came, you were late." She remembers every single time I was late. Unbelievable memory, though. It doesn't mean I never picked her up on time in between. She doesn't remember that, though. Conversely, in an organization, when your name comes up, Stephanie Lee, what do the senior leaders remember about you, though? "Wow, Stephanie, wasn't she the one that asked that great question in the town hall? Wasn't she the one that did that project for us? Wasn't she the one that solved the customer problem? Wasn't she the one, though?" Your job from day one is to create green X's, and a green X is defined as something memorable that when your name comes up, people remember you with a green X. Next, what are some of the behaviors that employees should have in order to progress through the organization, okay? These are the only 5 times that your senior leaders will see or hear you, though. The one-on-one meeting they have with you, the team meeting, either a small group functional meeting or the large town halls or all-hands meetings, the conference call or the virtual call nowadays, the presentation you made, or the company social. They don't know if you came in at 7:30 in the morning, and they don't really care if you left at 7:30 that night, though. When your name comes up, Stephen. They'll go, how is he? Did I have a one-on-one with him? How is he at that team meeting? Did he say anything on the conference call? I saw his name on the name list, but he didn't say anything. How was his presentation? Or did he even take the guts to come up to our group and talk to us at the company social? Only 5 situations. So why is this important? Because we teach people the behaviors to interact appropriately in these 5 situations. In fact, the book Game On was written based on these 5 situations. All right? The next behavior is EMC squared. Well, we all know Einstein came up with EMC squared. Well, if Einstein has it, I have my own EMC squared, right, Eric? Yeah, that's right. First E, same as Einstein, energy level. Most people do not even know how to regulate their energy level in the organization. In fact, those 50 students, they were still acting like they were in class, though. They went, sat on the chair, and plonked down and waited for information to be downloaded. I'm going, whoa, right? So energy level, there are 5 levels of energy, though. 0, 25, 50, 75, 100, though. Most of the people in the organization have no clue how to regulate their energy level. Why? Because by just changing your energy level, people will remember you versus the person who came before you or the person who comes after you. M is message. Are you clear, concise, and to the point? And the higher you go up the organization, the less time they have, means you have to be really precise and concise. And communicates confidently, right? Most students that I deal with, they all go, yeah, we know this. We heard this before in our class. And then I ask them to actually do it, and then they go, I had a call last night with 5, they are now seniors. All of them are seniors going to the world in May. And I asked the guy, he said, you watched the videos, tell me the 3 things that you got out of the videos that you watched between the 2 sessions. Though. He went on a 5-minute rampage on what he learned while I did this and that. I go, whoa, okay, so can you cut that down by half? Though? Then he tried to cut it down by half, and then I said, okay, I asked you for 3 things. Can you cut it down by half? Though? And then I'm telling the other 4, now you better watch what Julian is saying, because that's what I'm expecting of you, not on some long 5-minute rendition of what you thought you learned. You've just wasted my time if I was a senior leader in the organization. So it's not about talking, it's about talking at the appropriate level. With your friends, you can do that. Maybe not so with people higher up. There are a couple of words. One of the things we share in this slide, I'm not going to go through all the things, but we talk about your image of yourself, your intention, whether you want to win or contribute, or you want your approach, how you're going to do it. And then I ask people, what is the most important word on this slide? I'm going to ask you to look at this, and you make your own choice in 10 seconds, right? So which word is most important? Results, behavior, mindset, self-concept, win, contribute, cruise, or survive, proactive, different, add value, and preparation. And the most important word is preparation. Yes, add value is important. All of them are important. But here is the trick, though. Most senior leaders prepare like mad. They just don't tell you, though. So you go in and look at it. Wow, she's such a great orator. She's a natural. It's called naturally practiced, though. Okay? I had a senior leader who called me and said, Stephen, I'm doing a 10-minute presentation to my CEO in Santa Clara. Can you come down from Seattle and help me out on my 10-minute presentation? No problem. I flew down. He had 10 slides, though. The first slide was the title slide, so he had 9 slides. The last slide is thank you, so he really had 8 slides. So 4.5 hours later, we are done with his 10-minute presentation, though. Do you think he's going to go up in front of his CEO and say, well, I've just had, Mark, I've just had 4.5 hours of Stephen, and now I'm ready to present to you? No, he's going to go up, he's going to present, and everybody's going to go, wow, this guy has leadership potential. 4.5 hours of practice he did, okay? So here's the other thing. So tell the young kids, don't be fooled by somebody who looks like they're really natural, okay? The other thing we go through, and I'm not going to go through all this, but just a quick thing of some of the things we teach them that they need to know. Because so many of the meetings are virtual, they need to know what virtual presence is, though. And we go through 3 buckets: visual, the voice, and verbal messaging. And what I'm going to just show you, just a couple of the slides from the visual. So what we tell them is this: look, your background is really important, though. Don't show me you're in the room, whatever. Do blur it out, whatever it is. Then we give them a couple of suggestions what is better. More importantly is this, though. How do you look in your frame? This is a headshot. Many people on Zoom, the only thing you see is their head, though. The next one is a half shot, okay? And this one is a far shot. You're too far behind. The most natural shot is the half shot. Why? Because when you watch TV, okay, well, this is what people get, right? You have classes, you get a whole bunch of squares. Look at all the people. You see some people's heads, you see some people are half shot, you see some people are not looking at the screen because they're looking at a second screen, okay? The background's all different. This makes a difference in an organization, though. I just took my camera and just went and took 2 pictures from the news channels, and guess what? Everybody, even in the field, is a half shot, though. That's the most natural shot, looking straight into the camera, okay? Next. Oh, sorry, this was me when I was interviewed in Las Vegas. If you see the little morning blend there, is a half shot, though, okay? So, next. The difference of some people excelling and progressing is demonstrating the skills in the 5% model, all right? So I'm going to show you here the 5% model that we teach the executives, which we also teach the students, is this. Number 1, connect personally. Number 2, articulate your points of view clearly. 3, communicate confidently. 4 is build trust. 5 is provide direct feedback. 6 is takes ownership, and 7 is coaches and recognizes them. So here's a very quick thing that you might want to think of one student or even yourself or somebody you may know, and just on a basing it on a 1 to 10. 1, not very good, and 10, excellent, though. Connecting personally at all levels, not only at their level, right? Articulating their points of view clearly, how they communicate confidently, building trust with key stakeholders, not everybody in an organization, but the key people who are important, though. Provide direct feedback positively. One of the things we teach here is how to say anything negatively a little bit more positively, though. Because no senior leaders really want to hear problems, though. They want to hear solutions, your suggestions, and recommendations, though. All right? Third, okay, and right at the end is taking ownership proactively, which is this. Most of the people who succeed in their organizations are proactive in volunteering to do things that other people do not want to do, though. Okay? So, again, teaching the kids that, though. So I just want to share one thing with you, because this is one of the ones that our younger generation seem to have a problem because they're always on their devices, is how do you connect to people, though? How do you talk to anybody about anything? If there's one single skill that they need to learn, is this, though. And we teach it in the form of an acronym, okay? The acronym is FORM, F-O-R-M or N-O-R-M. And what we eventually tell them is this: you're not talking about the topic, you're asking questions to get the senior leader to talk about the topic they want to talk about, though. All right? And then you go like this, though, okay? So let's say my favorite topic was, you go through, when we say family, it's not really about just your family, but where you're from, where do you go to school, where do you grow up, that kind of stuff, right? Recreation is an interesting one. If they have a hobby, and here's what most students say: well, I really don't know anything about golf, so I can't talk about it. No, 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 no. If you don't know anything about the topic, that's the best question to ask, because you can go, Stephen, I really don't know anything about golf. When did you ever start that interest in golf? And now, if I really love golf, I'm going to be talking about golf. And all they have to say is this: wow. And I'm going to talk for 2 more minutes. And you go, really? 2 more minutes though. Amazing. 2 more minutes though. I never knew that. 2 more minutes though. You're unbelievable. 5 words or 5 sentences, you've got the person to talk for 10 minutes though. Sounds real easy until they practice for themselves. They go, oh, wow. Okay? But how many of you agree this is the critical skill that our younger people need to know if they want to interact with senior people though, right? Very important. Now, here is the flip side of this. The senior leader might turn to you and say, what are you interested in? You can't go, now you start to think about it, too late. So in an organization, we tell them, you have to have the ING. Some topic you know in depth, a new technology or new thought leadership or something that you're passionate about, or some global issue, right? So not only do you know how to talk to people, in case they throw the question back to you, you're ready with something that makes you more visible and memorable though. So, kind of summarizing the philosophy here, right? They need to be able to know how to increase their visibility, raise their energy level, be slightly different, add value, and be proactive though. But we want them to do it on a basis of their attitude, their competence, and results. Do not do any of the green if you haven't got the black down though. So we're not suggesting that you just talk for talk's sake and communicate just to say. You have to have your basis down, and once you get it, the way that you get remembered and more visible in the organization is by doing the rest of the stuff though. So to win in the work world, you need the right mindset, the right behaviors, and the right skills. And what I'm going to help you guys with, if you have any of your students who need any of this stuff, we have an app called the W3 app, Winning in the Work World app. And if you're interested, we give a number of things that are free, including the book, The 5% Zone, so you can download the book if you want, if nothing else. And you can use both either iOS or an Android QR code here if you want it, or otherwise just download it from your app store, right? So I'll leave this up for 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, or you can go to the winningintheworkworld.com, our webpage that shares some of the things we do as well. I have 2 minutes left for Q&A or any other topic or question you want to have to ask me though. Yes.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. I am at the executive level in our organization as executive director, and I will give you just a simple example of the way of approaching things. I had a new member to our team with a lot of first responder experience and stuff, a lot of valuable experience, and he came to me and he said to me, he'd only been to work for us with maybe a week, and he said, your first aid kits are crap.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, hey, I have this knowledge and skills that I would love to share with you. I could bring value to your program with the knowledge I have, right? But still to this day, he's been with us 6 months now. That's the first thing I remember about him is his approach.
And he probably thought he was being very authentic. Yes. I'm going to tell it like it is.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Okay? No.
And I just raised my eyes and looked at him like,
thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you.
Now, I'm sure all of you are saints and you got halos on your heads and you never made any of these mistakes before, but for those of us who would like to just wave their hands, maybe here, how many of you stepped on a wrong landmine or said something you shouldn't have said in a meeting or sometime in your career, right? Just wave slightly, yeah. Yeah, we all have, right? Because it's the intention. And one of the biggest things that we do is doing this positively negative section in this thing, which is that how do you turn anything feedback that you want to give negatively a little bit more neutrally or more positively? Okay, it becomes an art, and it's actually vocabulary because most people only know this, right? I see a problem, the problem's coming straight out of my mouth, though. And that's what happened in your case. And worse, they had no other words other than describing it as crap. Any other questions, though? Dun, 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 dun. 10 seconds. 9, 15, 16. Oh, now it's going up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I hope that you continue to do what you do, because everything you're doing is leading your precious cargo to the day they're going to be in the organization. However, when they're in the organization, they need to learn a couple of these skills that I just talked about to make themselves successful in their career. Thank you very much.
How's about one more time for Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. That was great, man. Now let's quickly begin the next session on the topic, student mental health, a topic of concern. Many professionals now discuss the spike in mental health conditions and consequently a rise in the acknowledgement of the significance of the role that it plays in achieving global development goals. This speaker discusses some factors impacting student mental health and the ways and means educators can help them develop coping skills. Please put your hands together for Miss Cynthia Sharp, Master Barber Instructor and salon owner of Master Cosmetology Instructor as well.
My name is Samantha Evans, and I am a Clary Sage College graduate. I moved to Tulsa with 3 of my children and everything that I owned in the back of my Suburban. I gave everything away. I was a really dumb idea, but I really just wanted a brand new, fresh start. As soon as I had the idea that I wanted to go back to school, because I was a 2-time college dropout, it seemed like everything that could have went wrong. And it went very wrong. It was like my life was quicksand, and I knowingly stepped right in the middle of it. But why? At this point, I really had to kind of change my way of thinking and perform my absolute best. Otherwise, my sanity would just get devoured, but on its own. I was broke. I was tired, and I had no reliable support. What I could do now is I wasn't stupid. Financial hardship brought me to my knees, and it brought me so hard to my knees, it brought me all the way back to Enid to a couch. Shortly after I moved back, I lost my best friend to suicide. The only thing that stayed constant for me was my will and my drive and a desire to be a businesswoman, to be a better person and do something that I'm passionate about. And I needed to be successful. School was an escape for me. It was the only thing that really gave me hope. So my truck broke down, and that's a 4-hour round trip for those of you who don't know. So I had to really put my pride aside and ask for a lot of help because I needed it, and it was a lot to ask. Needless to say, things got worse. And so there's a turn of events led to a car accident, and I have a couple different, destroyed friendships and relationships with people because I had to put my career first. Not everybody that's around you wants to see you be successful, and sometimes you have to enjoy those things for yourself. Cindy laid it on me really thick one day, I remember. And she really taught me that judgment is absolutely necessary in order to be successful. And that I needed to put my big girl panties on. And she was absolutely right. You know, I realized that I wasn't doing everything that I could. And I've applied that to my life and to my work. And now I'm passionate and I love what I do. And I graduated homeless, but I graduated nonetheless. Every ounce of pride that I thought I lost, I had actually gained tenfolds. The first step is always the hardest. And just walk with purpose. Don't give up.
Hi, I'm Cindy. Good afternoon. Today we're going to talk about mental health and how our students are affected on a daily basis. How many students have you met that can relate to Sam? Sam was my biggest challenge. She was my first challenge. How many students have you met with mental health issues that you didn't even know they had mental health issues, but they do? Today we're going to talk about, first we're going to go through our statistics. I want to get those out of the way. Those aren't what we're here for. We're here to figure out how we are going to help our students cope with all these statistics, how we're going to help our students cope with getting through all the stress and get through this journey that they have to call education. Suicide. Each year, approximately 24,000 college students attempt suicide. 1,100 succeed in their attempt, making suicide the second leading death among our college students. 1,100. It doesn't seem like a lot. 1,100 of our kids, our nieces, our nephews, our brothers, our sisters. I teach higher education. And I was reading, I've met a lot of you guys that are younger, lower education, K through 12, since I've been here. And I was reading an article the other day, and it was about a 7-year-old little boy who had been bullied. And I had researched a lot over college and higher education. I didn't really research a lot, you know, elementary school. And I was reading a article about a 7-year-old little boy who had been bullied, and he had committed suicide with his favorite hoodie. He hung himself. That is crazy to me. Mental health doesn't pick a grade. It doesn't pick an age. 1 in 4 adult students have personally thought about suicide. 98% of students think suicide can be noticed. That means 2% think that you can't notice it. 60% of students asked in a national survey stated they might have a mental health issue. 60%. According to a national survey, 51% believe that mental health is more important in our current health system. Okay, so that means that less than half think that our health system doesn't think it's that important. 78% of Americans think mental health and physical health are equally important. I'm kind of just going through the statistics pretty quick so that we can get to the stuff that where we can help our students get through this stuff in statistics. 4 out of 5 college students who consider or attempt suicide have shown clear warning signs prior to their attempts. Here are some things to look out for. A lot of these can happen mostly in older high school, some junior high, more higher education, ignoring classwork or skipping classes. I've had a couple of students who their education, like they will not turn in their work, and they're straight A students, and then all of a sudden they just quit turning in stuff. They withdraw from their social butterflies, and then all of a sudden you don't see them with any of their friends, or you don't see them with anybody. All of a sudden they're dragging in by themselves. They're not spending all the time at lunch with, they don't go to lunch with all their friends all the time. They're giving away possessions, a teddy bear, a Pokemon card. They're talking about suicide. It may just come up in conversation, but it's in conversation. They're doing risky, self-destructive stuff. You know, sometimes they just do things that out of the ordinary. They'll start ramping their bikes off of really big ramps and that kind of stuff. That's just not normal. Increasing the use of drugs and alcohol. Somebody that never did drink, never did do drugs, all of a sudden now that's just a part of them. Now, as professional educators and mentors, here's where we get into the part where this is where we're going to help our students to cope with how to deal with the stressors of everyday life and the journey of their education. To create an activity or an assignment, okay? To create an activity or an assignment, we're going to, my favorite thing is journaling. How do I go back? My favorite thing is journaling. You can ask a consistent question daily. Make mental health a course topic. Or you can do a weekly self-care project. I do all of these. Do all 4 of these. Journaling is my favorite. Every day after the last 10 minutes of class, like I said, we do I'm higher education, VOTEC. I teach a cosmetology, a nail tech class. And every day they have a journal. I make their journals before they even come to my class as soon as I know they've enrolled. And in the beginning of this journal, I write these questions down. What do you learn today? What did you feel you needed practice on? What is your rose of the day? What is your thorn of the day? And tell me how I can make tomorrow better. Okay? What did you learn today? How many times, I heard it in a panel earlier this week. How many times have you asked a student, what did you learn today, dear? I don't know. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Well, now they have to tell me, what did they learn today? I want a specific, what did you learn from me today? What do you feel you need practice on? I'm a nail tech instructor. What do you need practice on? It doesn't matter if it's English, math, science, it doesn't matter. What do you need help with? What did you not get today? What's your rose of the day? What did you like from today? What is your thorn from today? What did you not like from today. I've gotten stuff from, I loved nail art class. I did not like the 3D nail art. And tell me how I can help you tomorrow. I've gotten stuff, I just need a one-on-one tomorrow. But then I've gotten stuff that says, I just need you to talk to me tomorrow. It's a personal reason. Doesn't have anything to do with school. It's just a personal thing. Okay, if that's what you need. And that's what that journal's there for. If they need me, I'm there. I'm not their friend, I'm their mentor. And if they need me, they know they can trust that they can talk to me. Those journals are personal journals. Nobody reads them but me. And they turn those journals in before they walk out my door. I read them, I grade them, they pick them up the next day when they walk in the door, they fill them out before they leave. They have 10 minutes to do their assignment. A daily question. This is my favorite. One of my colleagues, she does this every day before she leaves class, and she just yells this out. Nobody writes it down. She yells this out every day to each one of her students as they're walking off the floor. And she says, what are you going to do? What are you going to change? And how are you going to better yourself? Nobody writes it down. They tell her that as they walk out the door. And I love it. And I had to call her because I couldn't exactly remember the second question. So I had to call her and I asked her. And all her students, some of them, they just automatically tell her this answer. They're like, you didn't ask me, Miss Megan. But they love this, and I love the last one. How are you going to better yourself? It doesn't matter how you're going to better yourself, just as long as you know that you're going to try to better yourself some way, shape, or form. Try helping find your students a creative way to complete their course requirements. I do a lot of projects. I teach anatomy, I teach physiology, I teach chemistry. And even though I teach higher ed, who says it can't be fun? My favorite projects in anatomy and physiology are the systems, when I teach the systems. So when I teach the systems, I do like the endocrine system, the skeletal system, and my students get to pick a system. And even though they're in their 20s and 30s, they love this project. The skeletal system, one time, I had a student, she dipped and made bones out of pretzels. And it was on a big, huge poster board, and that's what she brought me, was dipped pretzels in white chocolate, and it was the skeletal system. I've had the nervous system done. She was a baker, and she made a brain out of a cake mix, and she color-coded with icing. And then she labeled everything. Oh, it was so good. We ate it afterwards. I've had the nervous system one time they did with Twizzlers, and it was a poster about this tall, and she literally labeled the entire nervous system from the brain all the way down with Twizzlers. It was so neat. I really wish I would have thought about putting the pictures, because I took pictures of all of this. And these are 20 and 30, 40-year-old people, students. And they love these projects because just because they're not children doesn't mean they don't like fun projects. They like to do fun projects. And believe it or not, their children helped with their projects. They love them. They look forward to their anatomy and physiology projects, and that is the hardest class that we have. And they're peer teaching when they do these things, because then they have to get up and do a 500-word presentation, and then they get to teach each other, and believe it or not, they ace this class. Students need to trust you to talk to you. You don't have to be their friend. You are their mentor and their instructor. That's what you're there for. That's who we are. Check in with them. No call, no shows. Grades are slipping. Attitude changes. Attendance is slipping. Just because. If my student doesn't show up for class, you better bet I'm gonna call. I wanna know why. Why are you not here? Just like Sam said, she called me that night and she said, Miss Cindy, I don't wanna get out of bed. I don't feel like coming to class. I just can't. I said, Sam, you need to put your big girl panties on. You need to get to class. I don't want to hear your excuses. That girl had a 4.0, perfect attendance, and she graduated. And she went through all of that and lived 2.5 hours away from school. So don't give me excuses. I put in for 2 leave of absences when I was in school. I know I went through all that. And there were times when I didn't want to get out of bed. I mean, how many of you guys went through trials and tribulations when you were in school? You know, I mean, there were so many times that I didn't want to get out of bed and go to school, but we did, and look where we're at now. Bring out your personal experiences. If that's what your student needs, give it to them. Use those experiences to bring your student back. If you're losing somebody, use you to bring them back. I don't know how many times I've used my experiences to bring my student back home, back into my classroom. I guess I kind of got ahead of myself. How many of you thought about giving up at one time or another when you were in school? I know I did. I thought about it several times, but I didn't. Obviously, look where I'm at now. Never in a million years thought I'd be here, but I am. And I guarantee it's because of my students. Knowing that someday I was going to be the reason that my student had her own salon. One of my students is a Lisa Frank artist now. I have another student that she does all kinds of stuff in LA. She's a tattoo artist. I know she's not a nail tech, but she's a very well-known tattoo artist just because of the nail art class. I have a couple of them that are YouTube sensations because they're nail artists. So back to that, just to kind of go over the things that we went over. Create an activity or an assignment. Get creative. Check in on your students every once in a while. Use your personal experiences. Post some hotline numbers and campus contacts. I've got a couple of hotline numbers if you guys want to take pictures of them for suicide and that kind of help. Kids love to text. There's a text number in here too that you can put on the inside of their journal packets. Those are awareness numbers. There's a national hotline prevention lifeline. It's 1-800-271-8255. There's a crisis text line. You can text hello to 741-741. And then you've got your university counselors or your high school counselors or even your junior high and elementary counselors. Give all that information to your kiddos. That's what they need. They need somebody they can go to, especially, if you think that that's what they need. Or you can be the one they go to. Let them know that you can be trusted. Let them know that you can be the one that they can go to at any given time. I'm going to leave you guys with one thing, something that I write in every one of my graduation cards before we have a Q&A. There's only one end and one beginning. It's up to you to choose how you're going to get there. I put that in every single one of my graduation cards. It's your choice. You choose how you get there. Any questions?
Thank you so much for this very important topic. And this is just a comment. And I am a volunteer for the Sandy Hook Promise. You probably heard about that program. And they provide free training for teachers, for administrators. And here in the state of Texas, we just passed the legislation, thank you for their advocacy work, to allocate funding for providing suicidal prevention and violent prevention at the school. And it is the part of the work for people like you that make that difference. But for those of you who don't know Sandy Hook Promise, you might want to check it out because it's a free resources. And the more school get, they have the program called Know the Sign, so that people, they have an automatic recording system and kids can just text to that number. And I was at a conference that they actually have a QR code. So basically the kid just need to scan the QR, it automatic connect to the automatic system to report what they observe. And that's really helpful for the mass shooting prevention. But thank you for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. That is absolutely amazing. I'll have to get with you when we're done. Thank you guys so very much.
All right, so moving on to the next segment, which is a panel discussion on the topic intensifying e-learning, tools for the digital classroom. It has been established in the past couple of years that digital tools enhance learning, increase productivity, allow students to grow their research skills, and give teachers the chance to teach appropriate digital responsibility. Talking about the significance of digital classrooms, a group of experts will attempt to dive into how tech tools intensify e-learning. Please put your hands together for our session moderator. Her name is Carrie Purcell. She is the co-founder and COO of Tech Adaptica Solutions, Inc. Okay, cool. Have a seat. Funny you should say that. We're all going to do the
Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Okay, let's test mic number 3. How's everyone doing?
I'm live.
You guys are amazing. I wanted to say congratulations because I know we have a lot of award winners and a lot of presenters in the room. But most importantly, you're the survivors who have made it to the afternoon of the 3rd day. We're so thrilled you're here. Well, as you know, we're going to be talking about intensifying e-learning. And I'm here with a distinguished panel. So this group here with me are the people who have been at the forefront of change and innovation in education before and throughout the pandemic. They all transitioned successfully to online and hybrid models of education. And today they're here to share their learnings, their favorite tech tools, and a few secrets that you can take away with you. So everybody's going to take 1 or 2 minutes and introduce themselves. I should have a flipper here. All right, Ann Lan.
Hi, thank you, Carrie. So I would just do a story, telling my story, just short story. It's a Friday, right? It's the same Friday, around this time, 5 years ago, I was kneeling at my father's deathbed, witnessing his last breath. It was so much painful, and it's just like somebody cut through my heart. And 6 weeks before that, my mother passed away. And 6 weeks before that, my husband was hospitalized and nearly lost his life. So all of this happened when I was transitioning from a 25 years to IT career into a nonprofit sector to really align my life with the lifelong passion of youth empowerment and youth leadership development. And at that moment, I have 2 choices: either, go deep into depression, or anchor on my grace so that I can take care of the funeral and helping my siblings. And I choose the latter one. So fast forward with the pandemic, I was able to use the virtual program, delivering to thousands of people in Vietnam to cope with the pandemic. It's all through Zoom. Yes, we talk about Zoom a lot. And it was mind-boggling to see how through the relational education model that I was able to do that. And fast forward, I wrote the book called Living in Grace, Living Your Best Life Now. And fast forward, now I'm here connecting with all of you who are just like blow me away with your heart, with your intentions. I'm very privileged and honored to be part of this panel. And I'm here. My name is An Lan Nguyen. I'm here to serve, to love, to give, and to share. And that is my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Awesome, thank you so much. Caroline.
Yeah, my name is Caroline. I am with iFunza. I was here in the morning telling about our product. We have a platform that brings together parents, teachers, students, and administrators to collaborate to improve education outcomes. Passionate about what we do. There are numerous studies that have shown that one of the biggest indicators of education outcomes is parent engagement. And we have taken on the challenge of actually bringing the parent into the classroom. And we know that's not physically possible, so we are leveraging technology to make that happen. We were here last year and we got a lot of inquiries about special education and how we were bringing those parents into the classroom given the challenges that are there around that around special education. So we took it upon ourselves and we have embarked on that journey to help the special education track to engage with their parents and collaborate with the educators to improve the outcomes for that cohort as well.
Awesome, thank you. And if you didn't catch the name of her company, it's the most fun name here. It's iFunza. You're welcome to just say it for fun, iFunza. There we go. Kim.
Hi, my name is Kim Lanoy Sandoval, and I work with Cooperative Educational Services. So what Cooperative Educational Services, what we do is we are a purchasing power amongst all New Mexican entities. And what we do with our services, we give back to our schools and school districts by doing programs such as the program I oversee, LEAP, which is teacher development, which we have over 300 teachers that come through our program each year to become certified in the teaching field. We have principal leadership development. We also have school board training, and we also have superintendent's academies that we go ahead and put in place to serve over 330,000 students in New Mexico. My passion and my research is in teacher diversity. And I'm really passionate about how do we change teacher preparation and move away from archaic models and really support teachers in ensuring that they give students great education, but also value and empower students from where they are, where they come from, their experiences, and really use an asset-based approach to learning. So that's my passion, and that's why I'm happy here to discuss about this panel, about how do we, focus on teacher retention through connection even after the pandemic, and take everything we learned on how to continue to connect with human beings to ensure they're successful in classrooms.
Awesome. Thank you, Kim. Do I have sound? Is that okay? No? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Did you want to speak to this slide at all? Are we good?
Yeah, I can speak briefly to this slide. So this slide is for the LEAP program. And what we do in LEAP is we have a teacher, they're a career changer. They come into the profession, they want to enter teaching, they go through our program. So they already have a bachelor's degree, they already are experienced in the professional workforce, and they sign up for LEAP, which is a one-year program. And what we did is we put together wraparound support. So we just, as soon as they come in, we provide all kinds of human connection and support to ensure their success. But more importantly, what you see are the retention numbers in those pie charts. So our first year, we had a 90% retention rate in our program, which is huge. If you know teacher retention, first-year program completers is below 60% in this country. So we were really proud of that number, and we got national recognition for that number. And then the second year was the pandemic year, which it seems like all the years are pandemic years at this point, but was the 76%. So we immediately knew something was wrong. And as New Mexicans, what we value most is connection. When you're a New Mexican, the first thing you ask someone who's also from New Mexico is, where are you from and who's your family? And you know that about each other the first thing you meet. So we were already looking at that and saying, something's wrong, we're missing connection. And then this year, we're at a 96% retention rate, which we're really proud of, but we had to use some tools and rethink technology to keep that connection and to keep relationships going. So that's that slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger.
So I represent Universal Accounting Center. We're actually a business that's been in business since 1979. I'm the third president of the company, and what essentially we've been able to do is work with accounting professionals to help them in their careers, either get the professional support that they need, skill advancement to find the employment they've been wanting, or help them actually start and build their accounting businesses. And so we spend actually quite a bit of our time now working with CPAs, enrolled agents, accounting professionals, bookkeepers, tax preparers, helping them start and build their accounting business. So we have a variety of programs that range from marketing and sales and pricing to offering quality business services as well as staff training. So it's a variety of elements that we're providing, obviously in the context of this, in an online platform. So.
Awesome. We're looking forward to hearing more. And of course, there's also me, Carrie Purcell. If I haven't met you, I'm CEO and co-founder of Tech Adaptica. We're the metaverse for education. We've been working in immersive technology since before, but also very much during the pandemic. And I'll tell you, I am so thrilled to be here with everybody in person. This is a rare occasion over the last 2 years. But we have been playing in the metaverse, and it never closes. We don't get pandemics. It's been a lot of fun. Our technology is better to see than hear, so I'm going to try to play you a very brief clip. That's just a taste of what we do. So everybody on this panel has some technology tool or some approach that they've used successfully to lead online education. And I think that it's important, as much as we're going to talk about that, to talk about the why, not just the how. So we know over the last couple of years, there are circumstantial reasons that lead the why that we can't ignore. But a lot of people on this panel are going to take you through very unique motivations, problems and challenges that they've been trying to solve and have done so successfully. I want to start with Roger and ask you to talk about the transition from in-person, from brick and mortar to online, which I know he actually had a head start on and did pre-pandemic. So Roger, tell us about that.
Yeah, so the question I want to start with is actually for you. How many of you, by a raise of hands, actually run a for-profit organization where you're providing training for a cost? So I've got one. So the rest of you, I'm assuming, are more in academic and perhaps in a scholastic type environment. Okay, good. Let me kind of address this from his point of view, but also inform each of you. From a business concept, what you're looking at is the consumer is the student. They're paying for the curriculum. We're dealing with post-secondary training, so we have to provide training that's compelling, that they're willing to pay for, and then produce that in a way that they're able to then be at least confident enough upon completion to go out and do whatever task or skill that they were trained in. In our case, it's accounting services. So when we were first starting back in 1979, it was, as you would expect, a very traditional setting. It would be a classroom environment, teachers teaching with students in a classroom setting. Well, early on in 2000, what we started to recognize is that with technology such as the VHS tape and then later DVDs, we did have an ability to actually film our curriculum and provide students who were missing classes a way to stay in touch and actually, let's say, not fall behind. And one of the things that we realized is that in producing this content that would allow the student to miss a class and not fall behind, maybe be able to check it out of a library and stay in touch in the sense that they could review sessions. It actually found its place in the sense that the students realized, I prefer this. This is something that I enjoy. I would rather do the study at my time, at my leisure, as opposed to attend a specific classroom on a particular day at a particular time. And really that was something of interest. The second thing that we also realized is that the training, when we actually provided it in a classroom setting, was nearly twice as long as the instruction needed to be to teach the concept. At the beginning of class, you have the pleasantries of meeting the students, kind of getting the day going. You also have the interaction of the students throughout the day that'll extend the class instruction, various questions. Everybody else gets it, but one student wants to ask a number of questions, when in reality, they're slowing down the teaching process. And then at the end, you've got a lot of time maybe where the concept's been taught, but everyone's sticking around because they either don't leave or they have interactions with their colleagues and peers. Well, all that's fine and dandy, but it's basically a 1 hour class or an hour and a half class is extended over a 3 hour period of time. So what we found is we could actually teach that curriculum in half the time in an online or a recorded format. Well, you take now that classroom environment and you offer to a student the ability to check it out of a library, and they're going to say, well, I can do it in an hour and a half, what I could have done in 3 hours. By all means, I'll just check it out and do it on my own leisure. Well, we, long story short, found that 95% of the students were open to either independent study or would entertain it, versus the 5% that insisted on classroom instruction with an instructor at a specific time for a period of time. Well, all that led us to realize that our business model could change, and it, over the course of a number of years, enabled us to close 22 campuses and move to an entirely online platform. And to answer your question, that transition really consisted of two key elements. One, you have to competently record and document the instruction. The delivery of that content needs to be compelling, informative, instructive. But the second part of that, it needs to be then put on a learning management system platform that is useful for the student to actually now go through the curriculum. So the platform isn't YouTube, let's say. It has to be an LMS, a learning management system, that you can then leverage to really manage that student experience. And we've gone through now 2 platforms to achieve that. But really, that's what the individual is expecting, whether they're paying for it directly as a consumer or perhaps they're in an academic setting. Either way, they're looking for that experience, and whatever you're doing to provide that experience is key.
Yeah, that's awesome. And just that discovery of how efficiently you can present the content, it can be consumed, is really important, I think. Did other people find that during the pandemic? Just a show of hands. You were able to do it more efficiently without using technology or without having people in class? Okay. We will come back to talking about LMSs as well, and I'll ask Caroline to talk about it a little bit. Just before we do, I want to ask Kim, so what did the transition, a bit of a similar question, what did the transition look like at CES? And in particular, you managed the LEAP program. So from that perspective, you know, what did it look like? What strategies did you put in place? How did you make sure that there was connection?
Yeah, that is such a great question. And as many of you probably found, that balance is really hard. So it is, we can record it. I can record myself, they can watch it, they can get their work done. And as many people found in the pandemic, we liked that balance, right? Instead of having to drive to a place, we got to do laundry and do work and manage our kids. And I feel like our teachers were feeling that too with their learning. But what we also wanted to keep is that connection piece. How do we stay connected? And with our wraparound services, they're connected with their LEAP coach. So what we did is we did all online learning for the whole group. For all 200 teachers was online Zoom. And once a month we did face-to-face, but we had a hybrid model where we saw them face-to-face, we used breakout rooms, but we had engagement rubrics. So the 4 pillars of LEAP are leadership, engagement, achievement, and perseverance. So we also expect them to be engaged in their learning like we want their students. And that was really the selling point of, okay, I'm up here with a bunch of blank screens. You guys are teachers, you don't like it. I want to feel your connection. So we had to put rubrics in place for engagement and really put out the expectations of what does engagement look like in an online setting. And then the other part to that was we still tried to find some in-person connection, so we would still travel across the state to see them in their buildings. So we had the online and in-person connection, and that seemed to work best for us.
Thank you. That's awesome. This theme of connection, of engagement, of peer-to-peer comes up a lot when we talk about online learning and technology because it's not simple to do. So I think we're going to circle around that a little bit. And I know that Anne-Lan, you talk a lot about relational education. So tell us what that means, and importantly, is it possible in e-learning?
Thank you. Actually, relational education, anybody here learn about that term or using that principle? Yes, thank you. Because actually there is the Tao Institute. You can check out Tao Institute. They had tons of really awesome, and I actually did that without knowing the concept. So I did that successfully without knowing the concept, and then I met with the principal of a private school that said, Enlon, you're doing relational education. No, oh, really? And then I started learning. I joined the conference, and I learned so much about that. But I want to share with you a story about, so pandemic happened, we used to, like my institution is already offer online learning. But I used to do speaking and do training, you know, on live, right? So the question is, how can you keep the engagement? And so a very successful story that I want to share is that we started with a youth leadership summit, and it was supposed to be for 60 teenagers from Vietnam, which is, we are from Houston, Texas, and we delivered the project in Vietnam. And these 16 kids coming to the program, and we spent 7 days, like 2 days of lecture, 5 days of challenge, and then 1 day they put together the skit. The key thing is engagement. And we have facilitators, just like the teachers. We train the facilitators, and every single minutes in the program has to be planned. So I agree with Roger that it would be much more structured. But you have to come with the outcome in mind. What is my outcome that I want to deliver? What is the learning outcome? What is the experience outcome? What kind of experience you want to give for the participants? And then what is the performance outcome? How can you sustain their behaviors, their changes in the upcoming months? And all of that, we achieve all of these. So these 60 kids coming from 30 different cities. And remember, like last year, around August, it was a critical time for COVID in Vietnam. So all of these kids stuck at home. And they create this. I just blew away by their creativity, because you actually, when you activate these power within themselves, they create wonderful things. And now it is April in 2022. There are 6 kids we call Grace Ambassadors still coming back, and now they are running 5 different projects across Vietnam to promote like anti-bullying, how helping using Grace to really cope with the peer pressures, those teen issues, or how to use Grace to really cope with the prejudice on gender. So all of these, you're talking about 16-year-old kids. And so I was just blown away by the power of these youth if you actually can learn how to turn on. And all of this done through online. And we use Zoom, which is very simple, but there's a lot of tools like Mentimeter, or if you are in STEM, like I have a friend who delivered a program for 5,000 kids using the Scratch tool from MIT. It's a free tool, and it's very powerful. So all of these tools out there enable you to help the kids, but the key thing is relationship. I think that's the key. Like, you've got to have the teachers or facilitators with group divided into groups and using competition and like some kind of challenge, and with that, and measure with assessment at the end. I think all of that are the key components.
And the GRACE model, what does it stand for?
The GRACE model is just basically, it's 5 values. It's like character education. It stands for gratitude, respect, accountability, courage, and engagement. And these are very common sense values, right? But when I developed the program, I based like my expertise in emotional intelligence. So using strategy of emotional intelligence and self-leadership. And I have a book called Living in Grace. You can check it out on Amazon. And I convert that. Actually, I have a course that's starting next week. So if you want to check it out, it's the livingyourbestlifewithgrace.com/course. And I would love to welcome any of you coming in, because my dream is how can I bring this GRACE model to across United States, Canada, and around the world to help students to really empowering themselves to be successful.
Wonderful, thank you. I think we'll come back to that a little bit more. I also want us to think about and dig into how we measure that success that we're seeing. So concretely, how can we see it? And Caroline, I don't know if your question will lead you there. If it does, wonderful. But from the technology side, I want to hear a little bit about how, when you're thinking about building and assessing e-learning tools. But let's start from the building side. So how can we ensure that the tools are comprehensive and that they can actually reduce user fatigue, which I think many people have experienced over the last 2 years?
Yes, so how many of you have more than 10 apps on your phone? How many of you use 3 of them only on a given day? So you download a lot of apps and end up using maybe just 30% of them. And that's the same as a lot of these e-learning tools that we have. The key is we as technologists involving the end users and really understanding what their requirement is and trying to kind of consolidate all those needs into a comprehensive tool so that we don't have a tool that offers a whiteboard, then another one that offers maybe text-to-speech dictation, right? So then that means I'd have to have those 2 tools, and I'm the same person in the same class to accomplish something that I could have done in one session in one tool. So listening to the users, knowing what their problem is, and then innovating around it. Technologists have bright minds. They know the technology. So getting that problem and actually digesting it and trying to figure out what's the best user journey that we can give to our users so that they're constantly using the product and in a meaningful way so that they don't have to have 15 clicks. Well, I can just have them click 2 times, right? That user experience helps help people utilize tools a little bit more efficiently. And of course, we want to ensure that we have simple things like single sign-ons, right? So if we have multiple technologies that don't necessarily integrate, ensure that we have technology that can talk to each other, right? I'd give a good example of Carrie's Adaptica. We were just talking about it earlier, and my question was, does it integrate? Can we use that technology on our platform and not have to worry about sending the user to other different places to get to your site? So we keep getting creative about the user journey, and hopefully we'll get there.
That was great. So yeah, 100% that, if from a digital design perspective, you really can take, I think a lot about the student journey. I know everybody up here does as well. But from a pure tech standpoint, we're just talking about the user journey. We're talking about user journeys. So who are the different players? What is their emotional journey? What's their expectation for the easiest path? So whether it's the fewest clicks, the most intuitive method so that we're not worried about all kinds of training and onboarding and delaying in those ways. And then housing things in a single place where everything is there. At Tech Adaptica, we created 3D virtual environments that are supposed to give you the level of engagement that you would be able to have if you could meet in person, but it doesn't mean that your LMS should live somewhere else, and it doesn't mean that your assignments and your course content and your schedule should be somewhere else. It has to be within that same environment. And at the same time, if you can find an immersive way to connect your schedule and your course content, your peers, your teachers, your friends in a single place, there's a huge amount of power there. And if you haven't experienced it, you'll get a chance to, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you, that's really awesome. And I think everybody here in there, whether it's tech design or not, is thinking about designing that student journey, right? That user experience, that emotional journey, and trying to make it the most, whatever the goal is, the easiest, the most successful. In many cases, we're trying to make it the least stressful, but in some cases, we are trying to incentivize certain behaviors, and so you can do that as well. So, yeah.
I just want to add something here that we know also like the user is so important when designing the product, because we have products that are designed for learners of higher level, and we have products that are designed for maybe K through 12. And like during the pandemic, we saw what happened. I don't know how many of you have little kids, but I would open Microsoft Teams for my child, and as soon as I walk out, can I get a snack? Or how do I change my screen? Or, you know, there was something they're not used to just staring at a screen. But if you put them on Roblox, they will stay there for hours, right? They will stay on TikTok, right? So do we have tools that are actually captivating to these age groups, right? As opposed to one tool fits all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually going to ask you a question from the other side and then open it up a little bit more. So when we're evaluating tools, I want to ask you what to look for. And I know that you actually have a specific lens where you really do accommodate and appeal to special needs as well. So tell us how to think about evaluating these tools.
Speaking of special education, like I said, in person, there's already challenges in this particular cohort. So bringing it online, goes exponential. So picking tools for individuals with special needs has to be evaluated with a special lens. You have to consider their learning, how do they learn, right? What are their types of disabilities? Are there technologies out there that support their learning technology, their disabilities? So for example, if we have individuals who have a hard time writing, some of them can't write, right? But they are cognitively developed enough to understand and consume content and can communicate it. Are there tools out there that can enable them to have speech to text? Are there tools out there that can allow the instructors to actually deliver content that's consumable to these individuals with disability, and allow the teachers to see how they're interacting with the content that they're delivering, as well as be able to give them feedback, and most importantly, teach the parents how to be the teachers away from school. Very important that we give tools that bring the parent into the classroom, because when the students are not in class, the parent is the teacher. And we want the learning journey to continue outside of the school walls.
Yes, thank you. I want to open this up. I'm sure everybody in the room probably has some answers to this question. But to the panel broadly, whoever wants to start, what challenges are there? What challenges did you experience, or do we anticipate others will experience going online? I think Kim and then Roger.
Well, I was going to say, New Mexico, like other states, have rural areas that had a hard time with bandwidth and actually getting on Zoom. So I know a lot of our teachers who teach on the reservation or other rural areas around our state, when we asked them to get on Zoom, turn their cameras on, they had to keep their cameras off. Breakout rooms, they would drop out, then opening Zoom, opening Jamboard, opening Mentimeter. So I really liked the conversation about having the one platform, one area to experience those things. And also Roger's with, there is that need to have the ability to record and have easy access when you can, go to your school building, and when you leave the reservation, go to your school buildings to get access to internet. So I think for us, that was one of the huge challenges, is how do we create connection? How do we promote engagement, structure it like you said, but also provide grace to those who didn't have the connectivity? And how are we going to address that and still keep that human connection? So that was our challenge.
So I'm going to start this one with another question to the group. By a raise of hands, how many of you are involved in curriculum development that actually, okay, good. One of the things that I think is very key to this is when creating the curriculum, it's important that you first of all create the curriculum in a way that appeals to you. You actually can become a lot more passionate about what it is you're teaching when you're delivering it in a method that you're excited about. So if your preference is video, then produce it in a video. If that's your preferred way of learning, then create that video structure. If it's PowerPoint, do it PowerPoint. If it's through writing content, write the content. But here's the advice. The advice is that that methodology that you're using to instruct is probably going to appeal to maybe 20-25% of your audience. You still have to recognize that when creating curriculum, there is a group of the student body that's going to be more auditory, and then there's going to be a group of them that are more visual, and then there's going to be another group of them that are going to be kinesthetic or tactile. So you have to incorporate over time those different elements into your curriculum, and you have to build into it that video instruction. You have to build into it that reading that they can then look at and highlight and use as a reference point. You have to build in the exercises for them to actually do something and physically feel perhaps some of the exercises. And then you also have to bring into it the repetition. It's through the repetition that they're going to then be able to learn and remember. And then it's the testing to evaluate, not for the sake of necessarily the grading, but to simply assess for them, the student themselves, am I really understanding what I'm learning? And then secondly, for the instructor, am I teaching in a way that they're actually comprehending what's being instructed? So build the curriculum around whatever preferred method you like to learn in, because that's where you're going to be most passionate. But then you consciously have to go back and now say, okay, I created it in a visual capacity. What am I going to do now for the person who prefers to now read this? How am I going to provide them the content? How am I going to provide them the exercises or activities? And you have to go back and now actually build in those other elements that are perhaps not your preferred learning methodology, but it is what's within the student body something needed. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I would add to this, and it really goes to your point about relationships, we found very early on that when the student enrolls, they enroll with the best of intentions. They want to do the program, they want to learn the material, even though they don't know necessarily what they're going to learn. They're eager to learn. But life happens. We've all experienced it. Life occurs and we get distracted, we get discouraged. We have circumstances such as a pandemic that get in the way. And it's not to say that we're no longer interested in learning, it's just to say that life has its distractions. Well, as those come in, what we have found is that with all of our programs, we've moved towards offering with all of our students an orientation counselor. It's someone that everyone's individually assigned. It's a person that they have contact information for that they can reach out to when they have just the simplest of questions. How do I log into Zoom? Where do I go take my test? I forgot the website. They need to have not a phone number, they need a person that they're able to reach out to, and to have an individual's name and direct number, a voicemail they can leave, an email they can send, a text they can send to someone specific is hugely important. And having that continuity through the program, I think, is very helpful because they realize they have someone to lean on. The second is that I think they need then a tutor. Not the instructor. I'm presuming in my case that the instruction's being done in a recorded fashion, so it's being delivered in that context, but they need a tutor. I didn't understand what I'm looking at, reading. I don't understand the assignment. I need someone that knows the content that I can ask, and they can, in another way, in a real way, explain it back to me. So a tutor is a very important person. We refer to them as an academic coach. So in addition to being assigned a specific orientation counselor, they're assigned an academic coach that they can reach out to for that additional clarification. And then lastly, in my case, it's the last element that we've incorporated, and it's, I think, a common theme through the conference, is there is this life coach that we offer that I think is very much a very key component of the training. And it's like all of us are hearing, people are dealing with various traumas, various stresses, anxieties in their lives, and they have nothing to do with the instruction, but they have everything to do with their mental stability and their confidence. And we need to be able to provide some level of support there, and to be able to say with the enrollment in the school, we're here to teach you, but at the same time, we want to be a resource for you, that as life happens, we want this to be enough of a safe environment that you can reach to us to get that support outside of the curriculum. To be able to add that additional layer is very helpful at that relationship level. So
I would like to add some points in what you said very well, all the points, and I think that exactly address the needs for curriculum design. The only thing I want to add is that empower your student. So in the class, let's say you have 20 or 30 students, identify the top 5 that most engaging and convert them into the tutor or whatever, that the lead, right? So you need to, if you need to train them. And then you create teams within team of about 3 to 5 students, and get them engaged and give them assignment that the repeatable habit building, like you said, exercise is good on the personal level, but you need that kind of teamwork. And you just have an assignment. You need to talk to your, let's say, accountability buddy, right? So each of them assign an accountability buddy, so they help each other, but also empower your students, your good students, and make them become the one, in my case, I call them grace ambassador. So they got special coaching from me. And then from them, they become the 5 leaders who lead these 5 teams, and they create a wonderful skit. And these are from rural area. I don't know how they get into the internet, but they create some skit about what they learned from the 7 days of program, and it just blew me away. So teamwork, relationships, and leverage, empower your student. You will be surprised of that creativity.
Thank you. I want to give a couple of minutes for audience questions. And so let's open it up now before we run out of time. Any questions from the audience?
we were that good.
I still have more, so.
Or they are that tired.
Hi. What do you think about the e-learning in the future? Mm-hmm. What your visions of e-learning?
Do you want anyone specific, or who do you want to answer? Okay. Who wants it? All right, I'll do it. So, we've been looking at this for a long time. The future is hybrid, definitely hybrid. It will look different ways. So what does hybrid mean? That's something we're spending a lot of time exploring. I think people have caught up with the idea of the trend of virtual reality. It won't go away, it will grow, but it also won't be for everybody. What's interesting is that when we talk about metaverse, like that, this idea of the metaverse, it is a broad term. It does not need to exist solely in virtual reality. So pre-pandemic, we were doing a lot of augmented reality. Some really, really interesting ways of getting students and people out into the world to explore and experience and have these highly interactive, engaging experiences. Obviously, sometimes as simple as just holding up your phone, and sometimes using, you know, a little bit more expensive devices, which more are coming and the prices will go down. So this idea of mixed reality is going to be very interesting, not just in the online education world, but as we go back in person and we think about the fact that maybe there are more efficient ways than showing up every single day, doing the commute, all of those extra things. There is this importance in connectivity, and we do need to do it, and we all really do want to do it in person. If we have those opportunities, we are going to go hybrid. But online and virtual and mixed reality just allows us to reach much more broadly. It never closes. It's 24 hours. We don't get sick. I mean, we might get sick, but the world doesn't get sick. So that's where we're going. I hope everybody gets a chance to try it out and explore it. Yeah. Is there one more question out there? I'll do a quick rapid fire to end if not. So I'd like each of the panelists just to, 10, 15 seconds, pains and gains from the pandemic and online learning.
Where are you starting?
I'm waiting to see if Caroline's ready.
Sure, yeah. Pains, it was a difficult transition. All of a sudden we realized we needed computers more than we did. People, even the youngest, learned how to use computers. And the gains is that now that knowledge is there. It's there to stick. But most importantly is that we've been challenged to become more innovative and really adapt to this new reality. And I hope that we don't see any slowdown in the innovation around what was being done during the pandemic, but rather see it grow and grow with the times. Technology is always evolving, so.
Just going down the list. The pandemic actually was very good to our business. I think it's very inspiring to realize that individuals have a desire, it's innate, to learn and to better themselves, and to be able to facilitate that curiosity, that interest that individuals have is helpful. Obviously, it's I think very important for us as educators to realize that our job is to be efficient and entertaining in delivering this, supportive, and as we basically look at our business models or our academics and try and determine how can we facilitate it better, it's evolving. I can look back 5 years ago and our business, our methodology, our instruction isn't the same as it is today, so much is changing.
Yeah. Kim, 10 seconds.
All right, 10 seconds. My pain was we were a completely in-person program, and then we had to become a complete online program. So the gain was we had to quickly shift and learn how to use e-learning tools to best engage teachers. And I think the best thing that came out of it was now we're able to support them in the balance of life because they have options and more flexibility in their learning. So the pain is it's more work for us to be engaging and to plan every second, like you mentioned, and be intentional, but there's a lot of gain there in the flexibility with it all.
For me, maybe because I'm a grace person, so I don't see the pain, I only see the gain. And to me, it's just exploding opportunity. I didn't know I have that kind of power. And imagine each of you in this room, if you can enlist and unleash your power within, and use it to your students. And imagine your student, each of them can be empowered. This work will become so much more different. So I look forward to that day that I use the metaverse from Carrie's organization to do a world organization of conference that can inspire and impact it like millions of people. Oh my gosh, that dream is a dream, but it is achieving. I think we are achieving it in a couple of next year. So
Yeah.
it's wonderful.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your time, for sharing your insight, your experience. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. They're all up there, so find them, connect on LinkedIn. Let's keep the conversation going, and join me in a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get a picture of it.
Take a quick picture. Do we have some friends who can take a quick picture?
I'd like to thank our panelists once again and excuse you all for a quick caffeine fix there in the room adjacent to us over here, out the door to the left on your right. And we'll see you back here, and we're running a little bit behind, so I'd like to see everybody back here in about 10, 15 minutes if that's possible. All right, thanks a lot. We'll see you in a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you're feeling refreshed and caffeinated and ready to close off the day with some more riveting discussion here. So let's jump into the last speaker session for the conference. It's on the topic, Money Mastery, a Wealth of Knowledge. You know, wise people say financial freedom is not about more money making you free. Rather, financial intelligence is what you financially are free with. Please welcome Tivon Asturi, the managing partner at Asturi, to share some tips and insight on mastering this wealth of knowledge. Put your hands together, please.
All right, the final champions of the week, right? I know it's real tough to hang in this week here, especially on a Friday night, especially in Las Vegas. So thank you for those of you who are here for your time. I'd like to first find the clicker. Here, all right. Is this green play button the next slide? Thank you. So we'll start here. If you could view the screen and we'll take it from here. So, money mastery, what you just saw up there as you read, there are over 30,000 high schools just in the United States alone, and every year over 15 million students go to these high schools, and they learn a lot of different things, but they leave school without the ability to do one of the most important things in their lives, which is understand how to manage their own money, right? None of these high schools are required to teach financial literacy. So we're going to get into that topic a little bit more. I know this past week we spoke on financial literacy and some of the pain points in education, one of them being the kind of education that the students are or are not receiving. Before I talk about a wealth of knowledge, I want to tell you about how I ended up on stage here today, why I'm here today, and a little bit about myself so you understand my story, which will go full circle into how it's now impacting education and how I'm working toward giving back to the world. So, as some of you in this room may relate, I grew up poor. I grew up in a poor family, and so did my parents. Back when my parents were growing up, born and raised in Tehran, Iran, they had little to no money, right? The stories they tell me are they had no electricity, they had to go out and barrel in water from down the city, they had to boil this water, they all had to share that water in their household, right? So, not the best of situations. And as you all may know, Iran has had difficulty as a country and has had a lot of imbalance, especially in the 80s. When I was born, there was a war in Iran. And my parents did their best to try and get out of there for their kids and with hopes to come to the United States, as millions of other families. Thankfully, my dad had a friend in the military or police who said, I can help you get over to Switzerland, and from there, it'd be easier to come on over to the United States. So that's where my story began. I was born in Zurich, Switzerland, and when I was born, my family used to live in a hostel. For those of you who don't know what a hostel is, it is not somewhere you would like to live. It is not even somewhere you would like to stay for a night. A hostel is a place where it's a shared community for individuals, usually backpacking or traveling, college students maybe, or extremely poor families who have just enough dollars to put a box around them and live somewhere. That is a picture of me. I actually had the opportunity to go back to Switzerland a few years ago and visit the places which my family lived. I wanted to firsthand experience the experience we had because when we came to the United States, I was too young. So that's a picture of me standing in front of the newly renovated hostel. At that time, this picture was taken about 4 years ago. I did not plan on matching my pants to the building, but it worked out that way. Here's a picture of the inside of the hostel. On the left side, you see, and these are screenshots from a video, so apologies for not the best of quality here. But as you see on the left side, that's a community eating area. What that means is you don't have a kitchen in your room, there's no table, there's no space for any of this stuff. So downstairs on the first floor, there are some tables that if you'd like to go eat something, you go ahead and eat it with the community who lives there or is staying there at the time. On the right side, those are showers. Now, this is most recent, right? This is brand new renovated hostel. We got walls in between, we have doors, but when we lived there, there was none of that. I actually FaceTimed my mom, who's sitting right here, when I was there. I was showing her around, and she's like, none of this, the walls and between the showers, that didn't exist. It was, you just took showers, right? Your floor has one set of showers like this, and you go in and you do your bathroom stuff, the shower's there, and again, everything is shared, right? To emphasize the point of not the best of living situations, right? Not the worst, but it's not the best. Thankfully, my parents pushed, and with some good luck, we were able to move into the United States. However, that's really where all the trouble for me began, and my family as well. We continued in this obscure lifestyle, in this poor mindset, raised primarily by my mom. She raised myself and my sister. Very hard times, needless to say. I'm sure a lot of you can relate. And, you know, I got upset at a really young age, maybe 7 or 8 years old. Why are we living this way, right? Why does that guy have this and that? And like, why don't we learn those things? Why don't we learn and, you know, make those connections and whatever it is we need to do, right? Why do we live this way? So, again, about 7 or 8, I started getting into budgeting. I decided that early, I'm not doing this for my life. That's a picture of a Dr. Seuss book. It's a children's book for, I'm sure everybody knows. But if you look a little closer, you'll see I'm actually budgeting in here. I didn't have no children's stuff going on. I took this thing and I started budgeting in here. This actually is not my first budget sheet. My first budget sheet is older than this, and it's on a piece of paper folded up somewhere at home. As you can see, the top line, Dad owes me $1,400. Now I was about maybe 10. How does a 10-year-old have $1,400? Everything that I might have been allotted as allowance or any single 20, 10 bucks I got as a birthday gift for my entire life, I kept it together, I folded it up in a wallet, I covered that wallet, put it underneath the bottom drawer, kind of hidden, right? Anyway, my dad needed to get a new cab, so I guess I helped him out. He still owes me the $1,400. Going back to the pain point of, you know, this information about finance and money and the situation that I was in, I was always wondering, well, when are we going to learn this stuff? Who teaches us? You know, maybe I'll learn in middle school. Didn't happen. Maybe I'll learn in high school. Didn't happen. So now we're about to get sent off into the world, and I learned nobody's teaching anybody about anything about money or finance, right? So I took it upon myself to do everything I can to learn and grow my experience and to give back to the world what I did not have to those who might not have it or to those who also might need it. I went to undergrad at UC Irvine. I studied business economics. I actually loved the study of the mind and philosophy and psychology. That's what my desired major at the time was, but I had enough, right? We're doing business econ, we're doing money. Later on, I went to graduate school at University of Southern California, earned my degree in Master of Business Administration. Along with that, I also got graduate certifications from USC. By the way, I worked full-time throughout both of these schools, and throughout going to those schools, not only did I work full-time, I founded some nonprofit organizations to help give back, and it was always just a balance for me between learning and giving, right? So that took up all of my time in my life, really. I've worked with poor people for the past nearly 10 years now. My nonprofit organization, All for All, has been helping feed the homeless population in Skid Row, Los Angeles. So during Thanksgiving, we'll take full course cooked meals, down to the pie and everything, for individuals at one of the largest homeless populations in the world, just Skid Row, Los Angeles. We've gotten sponsors from Whole Foods and some of the biggest law firms in the world, Oric, Reed Smith, and other supporters as well. I've worked with students. I've gone to high schools, lectured them on financial literacy, done webinars for them most recently, right? And I've also worked with the richest people in the world. I've managed over $100 million while working at JP Morgan Chase. I've worked at Merrill Lynch, Northwestern Mutual. The longest time I spent was at the Chase Bank. I was one of the top performing bankers in the United States. They flew me out to give me an award. I met Jamie Dimon, the CEO of one of the biggest banks in the world. There we are. After that, I went off to consulting. I started doing major deals for some of the biggest companies in the world. Pretty much if you open your phone, the 10 biggest apps on there, I've helped them make hundreds of millions of dollars. Not myself alone, it's impossible, but with a team of individuals, right? I've managed over $1 billion in sales deals for these companies, working with the top Fortune companies, right? Down to the top 5. And here's what I realized. I thought, you get these degrees, you go to these good schools, you get the most prestigious jobs, you do really well at them. The people around you need to know, right? They'll know about money. They know what's going on. They're smart. They were incredibly smart. I was working around some of the smartest people in the world. But they still had a problem in understanding how to manage their money. I've worked with thousands of individuals, rich and poor, as you can see. And here's what I learned. Financial literacy is not a poor or a rich person problem. Financial literacy is an everybody problem. Okay, so what did I do about that? I let all of that prestige go. I had a great experience and a great time doing it. The last 2 years of my life, I've committed all of my time and all of my money, saving up since I was 8, to build not only my coaching and consulting company, which just focuses on business and personal finance. It's got personal coaching in there too, because if I talk to you strictly about money and your habits and behaviors and understanding are not on point, none of what you took away, you're going to be able to apply and use, right? But for the most part of the last couple years, I spent on creating the Money Mastery University. The Money Mastery University is the world's #1 course in financial literacy. It is created for those who want to gain financial confidence in their future. Right, you take this course, you come out, my goal is for you to leave and say, yeah, I know, I got it, right? I can even go into the bank and talk to a financial advisor and I'll know what's happening. I know that they won't bamboozle me, right? I'll know what to do with my funds. Some of the things that we provide in Money Mastery University, everything from how to think about money, right? It's a mentality thing first, so we start with the fundamental of mentality. How do rich people think? How do poor people think? How do we cross that gap in our minds? Now, most people have the misconception that rich people just have something and or they got rich so they think or feel or act some way. But let me tell you from thousands of clients and over 25 years of experience, that is false. Your mindset creates your wealth, okay? It creates everything else around you as well, but it is also very important in wealth. We talk about loans, to how to budget your money, to how to create strategic budget sheets, down to deep details of investing, the different kind of retirement accounts, the different type of loans for students, for cars, for houses, the HELOCs, the refinances, whatever you need to know. It's all there for you, right? And of course, personal tips and tricks and advice from what I've learned in dealing with thousands of people from my own experience are also included in the university. So how's the university set up? There's video content, but it's a fully interactive program. I don't want you to just sit there and watch a video for 10 hours and feel like you have to get through this, because you won't. And I do want the individuals who sign up to this to take advantage of what they're signing up for. So we have quiz checks. You'll have pop-up quizzes. Hey, what did you learn? What did you take away from this? You got to be paying attention, right? We have live Q&A sessions where I'll be live on the call, and you can send me your questions and join in on the call, and I'll be answering those questions. You can go from your own personal finances if you want to talk about that with other people online, or questions about the course, whatever it might be. I got you. There are proprietary content, spreadsheets, PDF, interactive documents where you'll be able to download, keep for yourself while you follow along on the courses online and you plug away watching instructional videos, right? And at the end, you'll get a certification. And that certification is mostly for your own confidence in knowing, I did this, I got this down, I got a certification from Money Mastery University, right? And I know what I'm doing for myself and my life. I wanted to keep in mind everybody when coming up with the strategy of this course or this program, right? My heart goes out to the next generations, to the kids, to the younger Tevons who don't have this information. And it blows my mind that 30 years ago it blew my mind, and we still don't have anything happening around it. A little bit, right? We're starting to talk about it, but it's not there. So there's a basic version. It's intended for 13 to 17-year-olds, right? Keeps it a little high level, but we still go from A to Z, from mindset, down to anything else you might need to know, including your student loans, how to budget, and the XYZ. Then we have the Elite, which I'd recommend for adults, 18 plus. And the Elite dives a little deeper into some of the content, for example, home loans, right? Maybe a 14-year-old doesn't need to know whether or not a 20-year refi is better than a 30-year, or if I should pull out line of credit, right? That's too much for them. But if you're looking into that process, you can go ahead and watch the content on here and take advantage of that resource and know when you're going in to get a loan how to produce the best outcome for yourself. Elite also offers highly discounted sessions on one-on-one if you want to talk a little bit more detail about and get personal with your finances. And it offers you the live Q&A sessions, right? Elite offers everything Basic does, but dives deeper into some of the content, right? Like loans and investments and some other things like that. So we recently launched the courses. It's early bird pricing, which is, I priced these programs specifically for everybody to be able to afford these programs, right? These programs, my initial idea was in the thousands of dollars, and I couldn't do it because someone like me and my family 20 years ago sees that thing, it's gonna be really hard for them to do that. So, less than a couple $100. I'm giving 50% off on top of the early bird pricing. You can take one of these courses for less than $100. You're gonna get over 20 hours of information and content, whatever it is that you need. I guarantee you'll leave with full confidence and faith in money management and understanding full scale how to think and deal with money. And I wanted to offer it to the individuals here, to your friends and your family. The limit will be at 250, so however it is that you want to take advantage of it, or if you do, my website's up there. Money Mastery is what you click on to get more and much more detail on what's offered, how it works, and XYZ. And if you have questions, or if you think I can help, or if we can work together, whatever it might be, that's my email. Shoot me an email. I would be more than happy to connect, more than happy to work together and build and create something that can last potentially a lifetime and change the world in a positive way. So that's all for what I have to say. I'll take questions, and we could just do open forum for the next few minutes if anybody has any questions or wants to chat about anything.
Are you thinking, this is great, because I have teenagers who have no idea, short of what we tell them, nor was I taught this. Do you have any ideas or any plans to maybe expand that into classes at schools or something like that?
Yeah, good question. So these will already be, these courses are going to be taken in fall from the school district that I live in. It sounds like you're in the education field. I'm not sure if you've heard of NAF Academy, but NAF Academy, it's kind of like DARE. It's not a part of every school, but you know, they come in there, it's a third party. And NAF, I'm the president of that for my school district, and we're implementing the courses in schools. So yes, absolutely, we're launching these into high schools as well as universities as well, but I didn't want to limit that information to the people who are going that education route, right? I think this is a life education that everybody needs. So to answer your question, yes, and it is also available privately. For schools, there are licensing and different kind of deals, obviously, right? It's a little bit of a different package, but yes. All right, yeah.
Is managing credit offered in your program as well?
Absolutely. I wish, you know, maybe I can go back a couple. No, I don't actually have it there. So if you go onto the website and you click Money Mastery, if you scroll down just a little bit, I hope this goes backwards. Yep, that's what I'm hitting. There we go. So you'll see this on the website. If you click those arrows, it'll tell you exactly what's in there. Right? It'll tell you money mindset, what's in money mindset, and then we start from banking, what's in there. Yes, we talk about credit cards, loans, how to manage your debt, everything. Everything's included in there and inclusive. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you all for your time, and I hope you have a great weekend if you're staying here or not. Yeah. Good.
All right, Tavon, thank you again so much. We appreciate that. That's for you. Well, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, please join our team in honoring the contributions of individuals and organizations that have always been determined to create positive change in the vibrant, promising world of education. We will be presenting the awards, and you can take a peek at these acceptance speeches here on either one of these screens to the following people. Dr. Asim Abdel Hamid Musa.
I would like to thank Global Forum Artificial Learning for awarding me for the second.
Do you have a pen?
My name is Dr. Drew Hines. I'm a technology director in Corvallis, Oregon. I wanted to thank the folks at Education.
Oh, there he is. Beautiful. Thank you.
Musa, Global Football Ambassador, Chief Engineer Egypt ASTF Center Research Committee of Tamberza. I would like to thank Global Forum Artificial Learning for awarding me for the second year award. First year in 21, I got an award in Excellent in Education Award. Second year 22, Excellent in Leadership in Education Award. Thank you so much. I would like to thank God and thank Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Benem, my old family, my new family, all the organization managed me as Global Ambassador or African President, Egypt. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the investors, all the organization, GFEA and all the speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you, GFEA.
Dr. Drew Hines.
My name is Dr. Drew Hines. I'm a technology director in Corvallis, Oregon. I wanted to thank the folks at Education 2.0 for the Outstanding Leadership Award. As I accept this award, I acknowledge that the focus on reputation, background, experience, thinking, and leadership, that I'm standing alongside a lot of other really terrific educators that have worked in this space. Having served as a teacher, CT instructor, school administrator, state education specialist, and technology director, it's been really fun over the years to interact with the adults that serve the families and the students in support of them in whatever capacity I was playing at that point. But I think the fuel that energizes me and the other folks in the room is students and their performance, their achievement, the work that they do that's relevant for their careers and their lives with their families. And I think those relationships with the students and families is what fuels most of us that take the time to excel in this space. So I appreciate the Outstanding Leadership Award, and I want to thank the Education 2.0 folks for the opportunity to share a little bit today. Have a great day.
Jacqueline Shawless. Well, looks like we don't have an acceptance speech from her, or do we?
It's not enough to excel. It requires you to build upon not only the ground that was laid, but to create a new path for others to follow as well. For me, this has been the experience and why I am so grateful to receive this award for Education Leader. It's because of the ground that was laid, not only by my ancestors, but even for my family, as they paved the way for me to reach into the depths of my introversion, pull out some amazing gems, and then to be supported by my husband, my son, my nieces, my nephews, and all of the beautiful people around the world that I've been able to impact, to shape, and to share, and to watch with absolute awe as they go on to transform their world. I thank you, I appreciate you, and I look forward to being one of the bricks laid for our future leaders of education.
Jay Schooner.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Lance. Hey, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you
so much. I'm sorry we couldn't be there, but I really appreciate being nominated as a company. I'm Jay Schnorr with VetX Solutions, and I'm here with the CTO, Lance Powell at VetX Solutions. I wish we could be there at the Education 2.0 conference with you right now, but as you can see behind me, we are here on a balcony in virtual reality in Paris. This is just one of the scenes that exist in our tech stack to help schools move into virtual reality education. So for all of you out there watching during the conference, please know that you can come by www.vetx.io, visit us, check out our class packs. We can build this, and we know that this is going to change education for the future. Lance, did you want to say anything to the conference?
Actually, I'll just parrot what you said and say that I believe you're doing amazing things, and this is a big honor for us. And I look forward to seeing what comes from the conference, and hopefully we can end in future years. And that's all from VetX. So thank you, Jay.
All right. Thanks, Lance. High five. Yeah. All right. Have a good conference, everybody.
Lindsay Covert.
Hi everyone, I'm so very honored to be receiving this award from Education 2.0, and I wish I could have been there in person. As you all know, this has been a very challenging couple of years for everyone, but I truly believe it's an exciting time for education. We all have the opportunity to bring forth exciting and innovative ideas that can change the world of education. And I'm so thankful to have a committed team working alongside me to bring much needed technology to the market and better support children's social, emotional, and mental well-being. Without this focus, scholars can feel overwhelmed, anxious, and unsure, leading to struggles behaviorally and academically in our schools. And we all have the ability to be leaders in education during a time when it's needed the most. Thank you all again for this acknowledgement, and I look forward to being there in person next year. All the best to everyone, and cheers and congratulations to all of the honorees.
Rocky Sharma.
Hi, this is Rocky. For the Outstanding Leadership Award, my sincere gratitude to my teachers, mentors, and colleagues who have touched my heart and shaped my mind. Thank you.
NECI, the Procurement School, Inc.
Hi, this is Rocky, CEO for the Procurement School. For the Best Companies Award, we would like to credit our employees, partners, and customers. You all have played a tremendous part in what we are today. Thank you.
Doping Technology.
Esteemed guests, honored speakers, and dear organizing committee, Your Highness and Excellency, hi, I'm Arhan, and responsible for the product. Doping Technology was founded in 2011, and since then it has always been the blood, sweat, and tears. In one of his speeches, Nobel Prize physicist Richard Feynman stated that I was an ordinary person who studied hard. Actually, with the same feelings, we worked hard every day and every minute, and even every second and even every millisecond to make our company a success and to create a role model for the next generations in educational technology. I am pleased to say that all of our efforts have been paid off with the awards we are given today. Creating a company employing over 250 people and becoming one of the regional leaders for MENAT in educational technology has taken a lot from us. But I'm so grateful to be given this plaque, proving our endeavors are well reflected in the EdTech ecosystem. I wish you all the best during the conference and for the rest of your life. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Shitan Walia.
Hi,
unfortunately unable to join the conference, but I wish all the awardees the very best and a hearty congratulations. And I thank Education 2.0 for this award. It means a lot to me. Thank you for the award. I wish I was there in person to accept it, but unfortunate circumstances, and I'm unable to join you all. Have a great conference. I would like to thank the conference organizers for the award, as well as my team back home who've supported me every step of the way. Thank you very much again for the award, and to all the attendees, have a great time and enjoy Vegas. I missed you this time, but hopefully next time around, we'll see you in person. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan Malik.
Good morning. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person today, but I do want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the leaders who are being acknowledged for their remarkable accomplishments. It is truly an honor for me to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award, and I'm grateful to the selection committee for this extraordinary recognition. I also want to thank my colleagues at Saskatchewan Polytechnic who have made it possible for me to stand here today and receive this award. It is really impossible for a leader to accomplish great things without the support of a strong and committed team behind him or her. So I'm pleased to accept this award on behalf of everyone who has joined me in my leadership journey. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great day.
Dr. Bala Marhagabu. Moving along to the B1 Foundation for Transformational Leadership.
Hello everyone, my name is Roli and I represent B1 Foundation. I'm delighted beyond joy that B1 has received this award at Education 2.0. We would have loved to make it in person to receive this award, but nonetheless, the joy that we experience is humongous. Thank you very much to the organizers, to the forum, to the panel, and this opportunity where B1 has been awarded. I thank you everyone, and I wish all the best and congratulations to the rest of the awardees too. Thank you very much. Keep the good show going. Cheers.
Dr. Centarvis Brown.
Hello, my name is Centarvis Brown, and I'm excited to be one of the 2022 honorees for the Outstanding Leadership Award from Education 2.0. I am immensely grateful for this recognition. I consider it a monumental task. I've been an educator for almost 25 years now, and since that time I've served from a classroom teacher all the way up into an administrator and the K-12 and the higher ed space. And so I am immensely proud of this honor. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person to receive it, but thank you, Education 2.0, for this high honor, and congratulations to my fellow honorees. Have a great day and enjoy the conference.
J.J. Lewis. Moving along, iCube Consulting. No? Dr. Shelta J. Richardson. No? All right. Damian Lopez. Beatrice Qualcitron. Dagan Ferrier. We'll announce their name then. Tameko Faison, Michelle M. Georges, Sylvia L. Quinton Esquire, 98th percentile, Gil Florentino, and Mark Ingram. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. As you well know, all good things come to an end. And with this, we will mark the end of the 3-day conference. I hope you had a great time and found the sessions extremely informative and engaging. Congratulations once again to every single one of the visionaries, and we wish everyone in this room immense success. On behalf of the entire team at Education 2.0, I'd like to thank our attendees, exhibitors, and our silver sponsor, Anna Marie Fernandez, founder of Education First Inc., for believing in our vision and supporting us during these 3 days. Of course, I hope all of you were able to build connections, learn something new from the sessions, share your valuable insights with your peers, and of course, take home some amazing memories from Vegas. My name's Brian Panarelli. It's been an absolute honor to be your MC, and you've all been a great, amazing audience and very dedicated, and I appreciate that. We hope to see you next year. Have a great evening. Have fun in Las Vegas. Thank you.